I don't really know why I started going up to the cabin by myself. First, it was just a quiet break from everything. The cabin was about 2.5 hours away from where I lived, right on the edge of a forest in northern Minnesota. It wasn't anything fancy. It was small, 2 rooms, a wood stove, no plumbing. There was a creek a few minutes walk away that I used for water, and I kept a supply of dry food and a propane stove up there for cooking. My uncle left it to me after he died. He used to hunt from it every fall. I wasn't much of a hunter myself. I mostly used the place to get away from people. I'd go up there with books, notebooks, some instant coffee, and spend a few days doing nothing. No cell service, no internet, just quiet and wind through trees. This time was supposed to be like that too. I took a Friday off work and left early that morning. The roads were dry, the weather was clear, and the air smelled like pine and old leaves once I got off the highway. I brought a cooler full of food, some batteries, and a new trail camera I was planning to set up near the creek. I pulled off the dirt road into the clearing around the cabin, parked the truck, and shut it off. Felt good to be there. The place hadn't changed. Same crooked porch, same rusted shovel leaning by the door. A few birds scattered when I got out and slammed the truck door. I walked around the cabin slowly, checking the roof, the windows, the padlock on the storage shed. Everything looked fine. I opened the door, went in, and put my bags on the wooden table near the window. That first night was normal. I unpacked, swept the floor, and made a small fire in the stove because the air was cool. I read for a few hours with a lantern on. I turned in early. I didn't hear anything strange. The second day was when it started. I woke up at sunrise, boiled some water, made instant coffee, and ate a granola bar. I brought my trail camera and hiked down to the creek. It was peaceful. I saw a few deer tracks in the soft ground by the water. I strapped the camera to a tree facing the trail and tested it. Then I walked for a while, following the stream, not really thinking about anything. When I got back to the cabin, it was mid-morning. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were on the edge of the clearing near the tree line behind the cabin. I saw them because the grass was short there, and the ground was soft. They were boot prints, not fresh but not old either. They looked like they came in from the woods, stopped about 20 feet from the back of the cabin, then turned around and went back the way they came. I just stared at them for a while. Could have been a hunter, maybe someone passing through, but it felt strange. I hadn't heard anything the night before. No crunching of branches, no voices, no sound of someone walking nearby, and they were close. Closer than I would ever walk to someone else's cabin. Too close. I followed the prints into the trees a little, but they faded fast. The forest floor was messy. Pine needles, leaves, roots. I didn't see anything else. No trash, no gear, just the tracks. The rest of the day I felt off. I kept looking out the windows, especially the back one. Every time I stepped out to use the outhouse, I felt like something was watching me. I didn't see anything though. That night, I didn't light a fire. I kept the lantern low and sat in the dark with my book, listening. Nothing. No sounds out of the ordinary, but I didn't sleep well. In the morning, I walked out back first thing, still in my flannel shirt and jeans, and checked the clearing again. New tracks, same kind of boots. They came out of the woods, stopped even closer this time, maybe 10 feet from the back wall, and turned around again. This time I felt something sink in my chest. I just stood there for a long time, breathing slowly. It didn't make sense. Who walks up to a cabin, gets that close, and leaves without knocking, without saying anything? I looked around the edge of the trees but saw nothing. I couldn't tell if it had happened in the night or early that morning. The grass was slightly damp from dew, but the prints were deep and clean. I stared into the woods for a long time before going back in. I locked the door behind me, even though I knew a lock wouldn't do much if someone really wanted in. I pulled the curtains closed and made a pot of coffee. I didn't even touch my book. I sat there at the table for an hour, not doing anything, just listening. That day, I didn't leave the clearing. I didn't want to. I stacked some more wood from the shed, trying to look normal in case anyone was watching. But I kept looking over my shoulder, especially toward the back. The woods felt quiet in a way that wasn't peaceful anymore. felt like something was waiting or hiding. That night, I brought the hatchet inside with me. I left the lantern off and just sat in the dark for a while, leaning against the wall by the front window. I dozed off around midnight, but I kept waking up. Once to a branch snapping somewhere out front, another time to an owl, another time to nothing at all. In the early morning, just before dawn, I heard the sound of something knocking into the side of the cabin. It wasn't loud. It was more like a dull thud. Then it happened again. I sat up fast and grabbed the hatchet. My heart was thumping. I didn't move to the window. I stayed low. The sound came once more, just one knock, and then it stopped. I waited for over an hour. Nothing else happened. When it got light enough outside, I opened the door and stepped out slowly. There was a mark on the back wall of the cabin, like something heavy had been leaned against it. A long smudge in the dirt. No new footprints this time, but the mark was clear. I didn't have a phone. There was no signal even if I had one. The nearest real road was over 2 miles away. I didn't want to leave the cabin empty, but something was wrong. Something felt really wrong. I packed my bag and decided to hike back toward the road. If I could get a signal, maybe I'd call the sheriff or a ranger, or just get in the truck and go home. I brought my hatchet with me, just in case. It took me about 30 minutes to get near the small ridge that led down toward the road. That's when I saw something. There was a man, maybe 50 yards away, sitting against a tree. He didn't have a pack or gear. He was wearing an old green coat and a gray beanie. His face was kind of hidden by the angle, but I could see part of it. He wasn't sleeping. He was looking straight ahead. He didn't move when I stopped walking. I crouched down behind a fallen tree and stayed there for a while, heart pounding again. I didn't want him to see me. I watched for maybe 5 minutes. He didn't move. I slowly backed away, moving as quietly as I could, then turned and made a wide circle through the trees. Took me twice as long to get to the road. Once I saw the ditch and the gravel, I ran the rest of the way. I jumped in the truck, locked the doors, and started it. My hands were shaking. I looked around the clearing one more time. Nothing moved. I drove straight back to town, not stopping once. When I got home, I took a shower and sat on the floor for almost an hour. I couldn't shake the feeling I'd been watched for days. I didn't go back for a week. When I finally returned, I brought a friend with me. He was a retired cop I knew from work. I didn't tell him everything, just that I thought someone had been poking around the cabin and I didn't want to go alone. We found more boot prints behind the cabin, older ones, a few broken branches near the creek, and the trail camera was gone. Just the strap was left hanging from the tree. We searched around the woods for a while but didn't find anything else. No trash, no camps, no sign of anyone living out there. We even hiked to the spot where I saw the man sitting, but there was nothing there, not even footprints anymore. My friend said it was probably just a drifter, maybe someone passing through, but I could tell he didn't like it either. He didn't say much on the way back. After that, I stopped going alone. I kept the cabin, but I only visited during the day for a while. I installed a metal lock on the shed and put up more trail cameras. I also added a second lock on the inside of the cabin door, but I never stayed overnight again. Not after I got the photos back from a new trail camera I set up by the creek. One of them, dated just a week after we went back, showed a man standing in the trees near the trail. Same green coat, same beanie. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking toward the cabin. I guess part of me was just tired of the same streets, the same walls, the same noise that never stops in the city. I was tired of the sound of traffic at midnight and hearing my neighbor's TV through the drywall. So I rented this cabin through a listing I found online. No reviews, one blurry photo, just a short description. Private, no cell signal. Bring your own firewood. That's all it said. I didn't even care. I packed up my old Toyota with enough groceries for a week, 2 crates of firewood, and my tools. I brought a hammer, a flashlight, a few knives, a hatchet, and an old rifle my dad gave me when I was younger. I didn't think I'd need it, but something about being that far from town made me want to bring it just in case. The drive took over 6 hours. For the last 30 miles, there were no other cars, just winding roads through thick forests. Trees pushed right up to the edge of the road, and I could feel the sunlight start to disappear as I climbed into the hills. By the time I reached the dirt path that led to the cabin, the sky was already turning gold, and long shadows cut across everything. I stopped the truck at the edge of the woods and looked ahead. The trail that led to the cabin was barely wide enough for my tires. The trees looked like they hadn't moved in decades, branches stretching overhead like claws. I drove forward slowly. Every bump and crunch of gravel under my tires echoed inside the cabin of the truck. After about 15 minutes of creeping forward, I finally saw the cabin. It was older than I expected. The roof sagged a little in the middle. Moss crawled up the sides. One of the shutters hung crooked, and I could see the corner of the porch had been chewed up by weather or maybe time. There were no other houses in sight. No roads beyond the one I came in on. No lights, no fences, just the cabin, the trees, and the stillness. I unloaded everything quickly. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No birds, no wind, not even the rustling of animals in the brush. I didn't even hear bugs. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring after a while. I brushed it off, told myself it was just part of being that far off the grid. Inside, the cabin was small. One room with a small wood stove, a rickety table, a chair, and a bed with a thin mattress. The windows were dirty, but they looked out over thick forest. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse out back that I noticed while unloading. The first night was calm. I lit the stove, heated up some canned chili, and read by lantern light. The wind came through the trees in long, slow waves, and I sat up listening to it for a long time before falling asleep. The second day, I went for a walk in the woods behind the cabin. I didn't have a map, but I figured I could stay close enough to the cabin to not get lost. I didn't see any trails or footprints, just dead leaves, old stumps, and trees that twisted toward the sky. After maybe a mile, I came across something strange. There was an old backpack leaning against a tree. The fabric was faded, and one of the straps had rotted away. I looked inside. There was a torn flannel shirt, a pair of rusted pliers, and a lighter that didn't work. No ID, no wallet, nothing that said who it belonged to. It looked like it had been sitting there for years. I felt a little uneasy after that and turned back. But even as I walked, I started to feel like something was different. The trees looked the same, but I didn't remember passing a moss-covered log on the way in, or a hollow stump that looked almost like a mouth. I kept walking fast, trying to keep my bearings, but it took me longer than it should have to find the cabin again. That night, I lit a fire in the pit outside. I sat on a log and stared into the flames until the wood turned to red embers. The shadows from the fire danced across the trees like they were moving on their own. I started to hear faint crunches in the woods, twigs snapping, something stepping lightly. I froze and listened. The sounds would stop, then start again somewhere else, like something circling the cabin but staying just out of sight. I grabbed the rifle and sat inside, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Not that night. The next day, I checked the perimeter. I walked around the cabin, then walked down the trail I came in on. That's when I saw the tracks. Boot prints. Not mine. I wear hiking shoes, not boots, and these were much larger. Deep too. Whoever made them was heavy or carrying something. They led off the trail into the woods. I followed them for maybe 50 feet before they disappeared. It was like the person who made them just vanished. That night, I locked the door. I slid the dresser in front of it and slept with the rifle next to me. On the fourth day, I found something hanging from a tree about 30 yards from the cabin. It was a rabbit, skinned, hanging by its back legs from a piece of string. The body was fresh. Blood had soaked into the bark below it. I hadn't seen any wildlife since I got there, and suddenly there was this? It didn't make sense. I cut it down and buried it. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed by the window watching the tree line. At one point, I thought I saw movement, just a flicker of something tall passing between the trunks. I raised the rifle, aimed, but didn't fire. Nothing came out. The fifth morning, I found more prints. This time, they went around the cabin. Full circle, like someone had walked around it in the night. I checked the outhouse. Inside, scratched into the wood, was a message. "He waits." I stood there for a long time, staring at it. I couldn't move. My mouth was dry. I didn't even hear myself breathing. Just those two words, carved in uneven lines like someone had done it in a rush or with a shaking hand. I bolted back into the cabin and started packing. I planned to leave that afternoon, but when I got to the trail, my truck was gone. It wasn't stolen. Couldn't have been. The key was in my pocket. I stood there in shock, looking at the empty space where I parked. The gravel was still pushed down where the tires had been. There were no drag marks, no signs of anyone driving it away. It was just gone. I didn't know what to do. There was no cell signal. I had no satellite phone, no radio, just trees and silence. I went back inside, pushed the dresser against the door again. I put more wood in the stove and sat with my back to the wall, holding the rifle. I kept telling myself that in a few days, someone would notice I didn't come back. Someone would come looking, but each night got worse. I heard tapping on the windows, not knocking, just light tapping, sometimes from the left side, then from the back, then from the right. I'd run from one window to the next, but nothing was ever there, just the trees and the dark. I nailed a blanket over the windows. On the 7th day, I started hearing footsteps on the porch. They would come after midnight, slow, deliberate, wood creaking under the weight. A step, then another, then silence, then a sudden thump like someone had jumped onto the boards all at once. I never opened the door. One morning, I woke up and found a piece of paper shoved under the door. It was stained with dirt and moisture. No words, just a crude drawing of a person holding what looked like a long knife, standing next to the outline of a cabin. I burned it in the stove. By the 10th day, I was out of food and almost out of firewood. I had to make a choice. Either wait and hope someone came or try to hike out. I waited one more night. That was the worst one. Just after midnight, I heard something drag across the outside wall, like a stick or a blade, slowly scraping across the logs. Then footsteps again, heavier this time. I heard them stop just outside the door. Then breathing, not mine. It was deep, wet, and slow, like someone exhaling against the wood. I didn't move. I sat frozen, the rifle in my lap, heart pounding so hard it made my teeth hurt. Eventually, it went silent again, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, I left. I packed only what I could carry, just a flashlight, the knife, and one bottle of water. I hiked fast, following the path out. I kept looking over my shoulder, sure I was being followed. Every sound made me jump. Every fallen branch looked like a boot. Every shadow looked like a man. After hours of walking, I reached a small logging road. 2 hours after that, a forestry truck passed by. The driver let me ride in the bed until we got to the next town. I reported everything. The missing truck, the tracks, the signs, the rabbit, all of it. The sheriff listened, said he'd send someone out. I never heard back. I stayed in a motel for 3 days before I could fly back home. A week later, my truck was found, abandoned at a gas station nearly 90 miles away. No fingerprints, no damage, just left there like someone borrowed it and didn't care to return it properly. Nothing else was ever found. No man, no prints, no paper, not even the rabbit's remains. Just empty woods. I never went back. I still don't know who or what was out there, but I think about that tapping sometimes, that breathing, the message carved into the outhouse door. I had been looking forward to getting away from everything for a while. The last few months had been too much. Work was piling up, and I was barely sleeping. The city noise never stopped. Even at night, there was always a siren or car horn echoing through the street. I felt like I hadn't heard real silence in years. So when I got a chance to borrow my uncle's cabin for a full week, I didn't hesitate. The cabin was in the middle of nowhere in Montana, surrounded by nothing but trees, hills, and a wide open field behind it. The last time I had been there was when I was a kid, maybe 9 or 10. Back then, I didn't care much for the quiet or the remoteness, but now I was craving that kind of peace. No phones ringing, no deadlines, no people. Just me and the woods. I packed my clothes, food, some firewood, and a few other essentials. I brought a small cooler with meat, vegetables, and eggs, planning to cook on the stove. I also packed a .22 rifle just in case. I wasn't planning to hunt, but I didn't know what kind of animals might be out there, and I'd rather have something and not need it than need it and not have it. The drive took me almost 10 hours. Once I got off the highway, the roads turned into gravel paths, then dirt, and eventually just a track worn into the grass. It was bumpy, slow going, but familiar. The trees got denser the farther I drove. Finally, the trees opened up into a clearing with the cabin sitting at the edge. A big field stretched out behind it, fading into a thick forest way off in the distance. I parked the car, shut off the engine, and just sat there for a moment, listening. Nothing, no noise at all, not even wind. Felt like I had stepped into a different world. The cabin was in good shape. My uncle had kept it maintained, and it looked the same as I remembered. Small, wooden, a bit weather-worn, with a screened porch and a single front door. There were no other houses in sight, not even a fence. The land behind the cabin rolled slightly downhill, and the grass in the field was tall, some of it even reaching chest height. There were no paths or trails through it, just wide open space. I unloaded the car, brought in the food, the sleeping bag, the rifle, and my backpack. I put everything in its place and lit the propane stove to make some tea. The inside of the cabin was one big room with a wood stove, a small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow bed against the wall. There was an outhouse about 30 feet away in the woods. I checked to make sure it was clean and usable, and it was. There was even toilet paper in a tin can on a small shelf inside. My uncle had thought of everything. The first day passed without anything strange. I explored the area a bit, walked to the tree line behind the field, and looked for any trails. There were deer prints and old fallen branches everywhere. I watched a hawk circle overhead and listened to the sounds of insects clicking in the tall grass. The sun went down behind the trees around 8 o'clock, and by 9 o'clock, it was pitch black. I went inside, locked the door, and sat in silence for a while, just thinking. The wood stove crackled a bit, and I felt more relaxed than I had in months. I turned off the lantern and went to bed. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a dull thud. It wasn't loud, just enough to cut through the silence. I laid there in the dark, staring at the ceiling. I waited for another sound, but there was nothing. The wind had picked up slightly, and I figured it was just a branch falling onto the roof. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been something heavier than that, something more solid. I got up, grabbed the flashlight, and checked the front door. It was still locked. I walked to the porch and shined the light around. The beam lit up the grass, the trees, the edge of the field. Nothing looked out of place. I turned back inside and checked the back window. That was the first time I saw it. About 50 or 60 yards into the field, there was something that didn't belong. It was a man, standing motionless in the middle of the tall grass. The flashlight beam barely reached that far, but I could clearly see the shape. He wasn't walking. He wasn't crouched. He was just standing there. I felt a wave of cold go through me. My skin prickled. I stood frozen, watching. The man didn't move. He wasn't holding a flashlight or phone. No light on him. No sound. Just standing in the open like a scarecrow. I waited a full minute. Nothing changed. Eventually, I turned off the light and went back to bed, heart racing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I told myself I had imagined it. Maybe it had been a tree or a tall stump or even a shadow. I ate some eggs, drank my tea, and tried not to think about it. Around mid-morning, I walked out into the field. I went to the exact spot where I thought I saw the figure. The grass was tall, and there were some flat patches where deer had probably bedded down. But nothing human. No boot prints, no trash, no broken grass. Nothing that showed someone had been standing there. I felt stupid. The second night, I went to bed early. I kept the rifle next to the bed, just in case. Around the same time, 2 a.m., I woke up again. No sound this time, just a strange feeling in my chest like I was being watched. I got up and looked out the back window again. He was there again. Same spot, same posture, just standing. But this time he was closer. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a tree. I could see the shape of a man. Shoulders, head, arms. No light, no movement, nothing. He was maybe 30 yards from the cabin. Still far, but much closer than before. I felt sweat start to build on my back. My hands were cold. I kept the lights off, crouched down, and watched from the edge of the window. My breathing was shallow. I waited for him to move, to walk away, to do anything. But he didn't. After what felt like an hour, I lost track of him in the dark. When the first light of dawn started breaking over the trees, I stepped out onto the porch and looked again. He was gone. The third day, I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't explore. I didn't go back out into the field. I just sat on the porch with the rifle across my lap. Every so often, I'd walk around the cabin and scan the trees. I kept expecting to find footprints or hear something in the brush, but there was nothing. The whole day passed like that, just me watching and waiting. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I kept the lantern off, the stove off, everything quiet. I sat by the back window for hours. I watched the field, eyes burning, trying not to blink. Sometime after midnight, I saw him again. This time, he was even closer, maybe 20 feet from the cabin. Still not moving. I didn't turn on the flashlight. I didn't move. I just stared, heart pounding so hard I thought it would echo off the cabin walls. The only reason I could even see him was because of the moonlight. He was tall, wearing dark clothes. I couldn't make out his face, but I could see he wasn't holding anything. He just stood there, watching. At some point during the night, I must have passed out in the chair because I woke up just as the sun came up. I ran outside with the rifle. There were tracks now, clear human boot prints in the wet grass. They led from the field up to the cabin and then back out again. I didn't sleep the next night, or the one after that. By the 6th day, I was running low on food and sleep. My hands were shaking. I had lost track of what day it was. Every sound made me jump. Every branch snapping outside made me raise the rifle. I kept the doors locked and the windows shut, even though it made the cabin stifling. On the last night, I heard footsteps on the porch. Clear, slow, deliberate steps, one after the other. Then silence. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. The doorknob jiggled once. Softly, I aimed the rifle at the door and waited. Nothing happened. Just silence again. I stayed like that until the morning light came through the window. When I finally opened the door, there was no one there. But there were muddy boot prints on the porch, leading up to the door, and no prints going away. I packed everything within an hour. I didn't eat. I didn't shower. I didn't even take the trash out. I threw everything into the car, locked the cabin, and left. As I drove away, I stopped once, near the edge of the field. I looked back at the cabin just one last time. In the middle of the field, he was standing there again. Only this time, he was waving. I didn't wave back. I just hit the gas and didn't stop until I reached the main road. It's been months since I left that place. I haven't told anyone what happened. I didn't return my uncle's calls. I can't explain any of it. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted, but I know he was real. I saw him. I watched him move. I saw his footprints. He was there. Sometimes at night, I still wake up around 2 a.m. and I think I hear footsteps outside my apartment window. But I live on the 3rd floor. I tell myself I'm just being paranoid, that maybe it was some hunter or hermit messing with me. But deep down, I know that whoever he was, he knew I was there. My job had worn me down over the years, and I couldn't take the pressure anymore. Every day felt like I was just waking up to go through a loop, commute, office lights, fake smiles, meetings that never mattered, late dinners alone, then sleep that never felt enough. I knew if I didn't step away from everything, I was going to burn out or break down. Maybe both. So I left. I booked a cabin I found online, nothing fancy, but it looked good enough for what I wanted. It was listed as an off-grid spot in the northern woods. I didn't want a TV. I didn't want Wi-Fi. I didn't want neighbors. I just wanted silence, trees, cold air, and time to think. I packed only what I needed: some food, basic gear, clothes, a flashlight, batteries, a portable solar charger for my phone, mostly for emergencies, a knife, a first aid kit, a couple of books, and a small hatchet. I printed out the directions since GPS wouldn't work out there. The drive took almost 9 hours. The roads got smaller and worse the farther I went. I had to get out a few times to move fallen branches. At one point, I thought I had taken a wrong turn, but then I saw the small wooden sign nailed to a tree: Wind Hollow Cabin Private. The path was narrow and barely visible, covered with dead leaves and old mud. I drove slowly and finally reached a small clearing. The cabin stood in the center of it, with tall pine trees all around, swaying in the wind. It was just one floor, built from rough logs, with a small front porch and one window on each side. No lights outside, no signs of any other cabins or buildings. The air smelled clean and sharp, like moss and pine needles. I shut off the engine, sat for a minute, and just listened. It was quiet, really quiet. That kind of quiet that almost makes your ears ring because you're not used to it. Inside the cabin was what I expected. Simple and old. Wooden floor, a small kitchen area with a propane stove and sink, a metal wood stove for heat, a bed against the far wall, a table, and a single chair. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 yards behind the cabin. No plumbing inside, just a big water jug with a spout for hand washing. I unpacked, lit the wood stove, and settled in. I felt calm, really calm, for the first time in months. The first night, I barely slept. Not because I was scared, but because it was too quiet. I'm used to hearing something. Sirens in the city, neighbors, traffic. But here, nothing. Just wind and the occasional crack of a tree branch outside. Every tiny sound felt big. Once, I heard what I thought was a thump on the porch, but it didn't happen again. I told myself it was an animal. There were raccoons and squirrels out here, probably even deer. I tried not to think about bears. The next morning was cold. I had to keep feeding the wood stove to take the chill off. I made coffee on the propane stove, then stepped outside to stretch. The sky was clear, and the trees looked taller than they had the day before. I walked around the area a bit, just small trails going nowhere. I brought the hatchet in case I found good wood. I didn't wander far. There was no cell service, which was fine. That's what I wanted. I read for most of the day, warmed up canned soup, and chopped more wood for the stove. I wasn't bored. I felt like I was finally letting my mind rest. But on the second night, something felt off. It was around 2 a.m., and I was in bed, half asleep. I heard something outside. Not an animal. It was a pattern, slow steps on dry leaves, like someone walking around the cabin. Not running, just walking. I froze. My heart started pounding. I kept perfectly still. The steps circled once, then stopped near the porch. Then I heard the softest creak, like weight shifting on the wooden boards. Then silence. I didn't move for hours. I waited until the first light came through the window before I got out of bed. I opened the door slowly and looked around. Nothing. No footprints in the leaves. No marks on the porch. Just the same woods, same stillness. I told myself it had to be a deer or some other animal, maybe even wind knocking a tree branch loose. But deep down, I wasn't sure. Deer don't walk in clean circles. Wind doesn't sound like slow, heavy footsteps. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I double-checked the door locks and closed the shutters over the windows. I didn't go outside after dark. I kept the hatchet near the bed. I tried to read, but my eyes kept going to the windows. I kept listening, but the night passed quietly. Then came the fourth day. I had started to relax again, thinking I had just imagined the sounds. I even explored a little farther in the woods, maybe a half-mile out, just following a game trail. That's when I found something. It looked like a campsite, but not a normal one. It was old. Just a circle of blackened stones from a fire, a rusted coffee can, and a torn piece of canvas buried under the leaves. There were no signs of anyone there recently, but something about it felt strange. There were scratch marks on one of the nearby trees, deep ones in a straight row, like someone had dragged a knife or tool down the bark over and over. The marks were too high to be from a small animal. I took a photo on my phone, even though I knew I wouldn't get a signal. I walked back to the cabin quickly, kept looking over my shoulder the whole time. That night, I heard the footsteps again. Slower this time. They stopped right by the window. I had the shutters closed, but I could hear it breathing. Low, controlled, not like a panting animal. It lasted maybe a minute. Then the footsteps started again and faded into the woods. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found boot prints, clear ones, right below the window and around the porch. They were recent. The ground was soft from the morning frost, and the edges were sharp. Someone had been there, a real person. Couldn't believe it. Who would be out here? I hadn't seen another soul since I arrived. I didn't even know how far the next cabin or ranger station was. I thought about leaving right then, but I talked myself out of it. Maybe it was just a hiker or hunter passing through. I didn't want to panic over nothing. I kept the hatchet close, and I didn't go far that day. On the sixth night, I woke up because I heard something different. A knock. It wasn't loud. Just one knock, then nothing. A few minutes later, another knock, softer, like it came from the back wall. I stayed still. The stove was still burning. The room was lit dimly with orange light. I didn't move for a long time. Eventually, I crept to the window and opened the shutter just a crack. There was someone standing at the tree line, just standing there, not moving, not close enough to see clearly, but I could tell by the shape. They were facing the cabin, just standing completely still. I shut the window and locked it. My mouth was dry. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat up in the chair by the stove with the hatchet in my hand. I waited for sunrise. When morning came, I went outside cautiously. The figure was gone, but I found more boot prints. This time they led from the trees to the porch and back. Whoever it was had come closer than I thought. That day, I packed everything. I didn't care how far I had to drive or how much gas I had left. I threw all my gear into the car. Before I left, I checked the back of the cabin. There were fresh scratch marks on the wood, like something had been dragged across it. Metal, maybe a blade. They were deep. I drove fast. I didn't stop. I didn't even look in the rearview mirror. I didn't feel safe until I hit the main road. Hours later, I kept driving until I got back to the city. When I finally got home, I tried to sleep, but every sound made me jump. I kept thinking about the footsteps, the knocks, the person standing in the trees. I couldn't get it out of my head. A few days later, I went back to the website where I had found the cabin listing. The page was gone. The rental agency name didn't show up in any searches. It was like it had never existed. I still don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted, but they knew I was alone. They watched me for days. They waited until I let my guard down. And if I had stayed one more night, I'm sure they would have done more than just knock. I haven't gone into the woods since then. I never will again. And I never want to be alone like that again. Not out there. Not where no one can hear you. Not where someone can walk right up to your window in the dark, and you won't know what they look like. Only that they're breathing just a few feet away. I needed a break from everything. Life in the city was loud, rushed, and full of pressure. Every day felt the same. Wake up, stare at a screen, go home, barely sleep, then do it all over again. My head had started to feel heavy, like I had weights tied to my thoughts. So I decided to do something different for once. I took some time off work, shut my phone off, and headed out to the woods alone. I didn't tell many people where I was going. Just told my brother that I was heading to a small off-grid cabin I had rented for a week. It was listed on a simple forum where people shared low-key rentals, not official ones. The cabin was small, tucked into a remote part of the state, surrounded by thick forest, far from any paved roads. I had to drive 3 hours out, then take a gravel road for another 45 minutes, and finally hike a little over a mile to reach it. That was the appeal. No neighbors, no traffic, no noise. Just me, the woods, and silence. I brought everything I needed. Food that didn't need refrigeration, a portable solar battery for charging my flashlight and GPS, a good knife, basic first aid, and a couple of books. I wasn't planning to do much besides sleep, read, maybe do some short hikes, and let my head clear out. When I arrived, it was early afternoon. The hike in was peaceful. The trees were thick. The sun cut through the canopy in long golden beams, and everything smelled like pine and dirt. I could hear birds, wind, and the occasional snap of a branch under my boots. I felt calm in a way I hadn't in months. The cabin was small, basically a one-room wooden box with a cot, a stove, a small table, and a little closet with extra blankets. There was a compost toilet out back, about 20 yards into the trees, and a small creek a few hundred feet downhill that I could use for water. No cell service, which was perfect. I unpacked, started a small fire in the stove to take the edge off the chill, and spent that first evening reading until the sun went down. I fell asleep early and slept harder than I had in years. The first 2 days were uneventful. I went for short walks in the mornings, explored a few overgrown trails, sat by the creek, and just listened to the woods. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear any traffic, not even a plane overhead. The woods were quiet but alive. Birds, squirrels, the wind, creaking trees. I felt like I was finally getting my brain to slow down. I stopped checking my watch. I barely thought about work. I barely thought about anything. But something changed on the third day. I remember waking up just before dawn, and something felt off. I couldn't explain it at first. It was still dark, the stove had gone cold, and the air inside was freezing. I got up to stoke the fire again and noticed something strange. The cabin door wasn't shut all the way. It was slightly open, just an inch or two, but I knew I had closed it the night before. I always did. I remembered pulling it hard because the wood swelled at night and stuck a bit. I stood there for a long moment staring at it. I told myself maybe I didn't close it right. Maybe the wind pushed it open. But there had been no wind. It had been dead still outside all night. Still, I shut the door tight again, made sure the latch clicked into place, and went back to bed. I didn't fall asleep again, though. I just laid there, ears open, listening. Later that day, while hiking a ridge about a mile from the cabin, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. An old sign nailed to a tree. It was cracked, faded, and partly covered in moss, but I could still make out the word posted in block letters. Beneath it were smaller words: "No trespassing. Private hunting grounds. Violators will be prosecuted." I froze in place for a few seconds. I hadn't seen any mention of that in the cabin listing. I hadn't seen any signs on the trail in. But the sign looked old, and the trail I was on wasn't marked or cleared, so maybe I'd wandered somewhere I shouldn't have. I didn't want trouble, so I turned back toward the cabin, deciding to stay close from now on. That night I felt uneasy. I double-checked the door, made sure all my stuff was where I left it, even wedged a stick under the doorknob from the inside. Still, I barely slept. The woods felt quieter than before. No birds, no wind, just dead silence. The kind of silence that presses in on your ears. In the middle of the night, I woke up again, heart racing, for no clear reason. I didn't hear anything, not at first. I just had this pressure in my chest, like something was wrong. Then I heard it, soft crunches, far off at first, coming from the woods. Slow, steady, like footsteps. I lay completely still, ears straining. The steps stopped, then started again, closer this time. It wasn't an animal. I know the sound of deer. I know raccoons. This was different. 2 feet, slow, careful, like someone trying not to be heard. I didn't move, didn't even breathe loud. I just stared at the ceiling, every muscle tense. I wanted to grab my flashlight but didn't want to make a sound. The steps circled the cabin. Then they stopped. Minutes passed. Then I heard a soft thud against the wall, like a hand tapping the wood. Then nothing. I don't know how long I lay there like that, barely blinking. Eventually the steps moved off, fading into the trees. I waited until dawn to move again. When the light finally came through the windows, I got up, stepped outside, and looked around the cabin. There were faint marks in the dirt. Not deep tracks, just scuffs, like someone walking in soft shoes or boots. They circled the cabin just like I thought. There were even a few broken twigs along the path back toward the trail, but no clear footprints. Nothing I could follow. I told myself it had to be some lost hiker, or maybe a hunter. Maybe they thought the cabin was empty and were just checking. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the fire low, sat on the cot with my flashlight in one hand and the knife in the other, ears wide open. Around 3 a.m., I heard something again, this time not footsteps. It was metal, a sharp, short sound, like something tapping against the window. I jumped up, heart pounding, and pointed my flashlight toward the sound. Nothing there. The window was fogged up, but I saw no shapes, no shadows. I opened the door and shined the light into the woods. The beam cut through the trees but didn't catch anything. Still, I didn't go back to bed. I waited for sunrise again. The next day, I made up my mind to leave early. I had only planned to stay another day or two, but I didn't feel safe anymore. I packed my gear, cleaned up the cabin, and got ready to hike out the next morning. That night, I slept dressed, boots on, bag packed. I tried to rest, but sleep wouldn't come. Around 2 a.m., I heard a noise that made my blood run cold. Something heavy thudding onto the porch, then a second thud, then the sound of wood creaking under weight. Something was on the porch, right outside the door. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I gripped the knife in my hand, sat as still as stone. The doorknob turned. The stick I had wedged under the knob held, and the door didn't open. I sat frozen in place for what felt like hours. Whoever it was didn't try again. Eventually, they left, but not quickly. I heard the steps move away slowly, like they wanted me to know they weren't scared. The next morning, I left before the sun came up. I didn't eat, didn't stop to drink. I just hiked as fast as I could with my pack. The trail felt longer than I remembered. Every sound made me jump. I kept looking behind me, thinking I'd see someone following. When I finally got back to my car, I was shaking. I threw my gear in the back, locked the doors, and didn't stop driving until I was hours away. Later that week, when I got back home, I looked up the area around the cabin, dug deeper than I had before. Turns out that land had been part of a large private hunting preserve for over 30 years. The cabin was on the edge of it, and the original owner of the forum post had disappeared 2 years ago. No updates since. I never found out who was out there with me. Could have been some hunter protecting his land. Could have been someone worse. All I know is this: I didn't imagine it. I didn't dream it. And I'll never go back to the woods alone again. I still think about it sometimes, especially at night when things get too quiet. And I wonder if I had stayed just one more night, would I have made it out at all? I had always thought being alone in the woods would feel peaceful. Not just quiet, but peaceful, in the kind of way people talk about when they say they're trying to disconnect or get away from everything. That's what I was looking for. Just space, quiet, no traffic, no messages, no notifications, no people. It had been a rough year, and I needed something to push me away from it all. I booked the cabin through a website that listed private off-grid properties. The pictures showed a small log cabin deep in the woods, maybe an hour or more from the nearest town. It looked basic: no Wi-Fi, no TV, just a bed, a wood stove, a little table, and a few essentials. The website said it had a hand pump for water and a generator for basic electricity. It wasn't luxury, but I didn't want luxury. I just wanted to be gone. I rented it for 12 days. I arrived in the late afternoon after a long drive from the city. I remember it was warm, mid-July, and the gravel road leading to the cabin was barely wide enough for my car. The trees leaned close on both sides like they were trying to reach across and shake hands. The dirt road twisted up and around a long hill, and just when I started thinking I had missed it, I saw the little sign nailed to a tree. Wind Pine Cabin. The arrow underneath pointed to a narrow side trail, almost hidden. I had to drive slow on the final stretch. Tree branches scraped both sides of the car, and a couple times I got out to move fallen limbs. I was sweating when I finally reached the clearing. The cabin stood in the center, surrounded by thick woods on all sides. There was a small woodpile near the sidewall, an outhouse 20 or 30 steps away, and a metal tank sitting off the ground that I guessed was for rainwater. Everything looked like the pictures, only a little more worn down, a little more real. I stepped out of the car and just stood there for a moment. The silence was heavy. I could hear birds, distant and sharp. Insects buzzed near the trees. Every now and then a squirrel rustled the underbrush. That was it. No hum of cars. No planes overhead. No voices. It was exactly what I thought I needed. The inside of the cabin smelled like dry wood and dust. The floor creaked, and there were small cobwebs in the corners. I unpacked quickly, just clothes, canned food, a few books, and some supplies. I had brought a few gallons of water, but the generator powered the pump well enough to get fresh water from the tank. The outhouse was rough, but it worked. I settled in fast. I read for a bit, made a simple dinner, and by sundown I was sitting on the front step of the cabin with a cup of instant coffee and nothing to do. Felt strange at first, like I was waiting for something, but nothing came, just night. The first 2 days passed easily. I hiked in short circles around the area, trying not to get lost. There were no trails, just uneven hills and thick brush. I marked some trees with ribbon to make sure I could find my way back. The cabin didn't have much to do, so I read, cooked, and wrote in a small notebook. I kept the generator off most of the time, only turning it on in the evening to charge my phone or get light for a little while. I kept the phone on airplane mode the entire time. I wasn't interested in checking anything. I just used it for the flashlight. But by the third day, I started to feel something. It wasn't anything big at first, just a kind of awareness. I felt like the woods were thicker, closer. I hadn't seen another person since I left the main road, but I started noticing signs that someone else had been nearby. That morning, I went further into the woods than before, past a ridge that sloped steeply downward and leveled into a low clearing. In the clearing, I saw a dead deer. It wasn't fresh. The body had already started to break down, but something about it stopped me. Its head was gone. Not just eaten or torn, it was gone clean. I moved closer, careful where I stepped. The legs were intact. The body was untouched except for some birds that had picked at the ribs. But the head had been cut clean off. The neck wasn't chewed, it was sliced. Sharp and smooth like a blade had done it. There weren't any drag marks. No prints, at least not that I could see clearly. The grass had been flattened in a wide area around the body, like someone had walked around it many times. Maybe an animal, maybe not. I didn't stay long. I backed away and marked the path back to the ridge with more ribbon. I walked faster on the return trip than I had going out. I didn't know why, but something about that clearing bothered me more than I wanted to admit. That night, I kept the generator on longer than usual. The lights made the inside of the cabin feel smaller, but safer. I left one lamp on when I went to bed. I told myself I was just being careful. The woods were full of weird things. Poachers, scavengers. Maybe it had been a hunter who didn't want to drag the whole deer. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been left like that on purpose. The next day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I spent most of the time chopping wood and walking the perimeter of the clearing. Nothing strange happened, but I kept glancing toward the trees, like I expected someone to step out. I started noticing little things. Branches broken off high up, boot marks in the soft dirt near the back of the cabin, even though I hadn't walked there. Once, I thought I heard a distant metallic clink, like something hitting a pole or pipe, but it was faint and didn't happen again. On the fifth night, I woke up suddenly. It was still dark, and the air felt too still. I wasn't sure what had woken me. I turned over and listened. That's when I heard it, a sound like breathing, but it wasn't inside. It was just outside the cabin wall, near the window by the bed. Not close enough to be clear, but just close enough to be real. A slow, steady inhale and exhale. Then something scraped softly along the wood, like fingers or maybe the edge of a coat. I didn't move. I didn't even sit up. I just lay there, frozen, staring at the dark ceiling. The breathing lasted maybe 10 seconds, maybe less. Then silence. I waited for what felt like an hour, but it was probably 10 minutes. Eventually, I sat up, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped quietly toward the window. I didn't turn the light on. I peeked out through the side of the curtain. Nothing. The clearing was still. No movement. I opened the door slowly and stepped out onto the porch, light still off. I stood there for a long time just listening. The air felt colder than usual. I finally turned the flashlight on and swept it across the trees. Still nothing. I went back inside and sat by the window for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep again. The next day, I found something near the base of the wall where I had heard the breathing. A cigarette butt. It was still fresh, not wet from rain, not old. Someone had been standing there, less than 10 feet from where I was sleeping. Just standing, smoking. That changed everything. I packed a small bag and started hiking toward the dead deer clearing, thinking I could follow the ridgeline and maybe spot a road or trail I hadn't seen before. I didn't want to stay. Something felt wrong. It wasn't just someone passing through. It felt watched, like someone knew I was there and was waiting for something. When I reached the clearing, the deer was gone. All of it. Not a bone, not a trace, just flattened grass and a few scattered feathers. I stood there for a long time, scanning the trees. The hair on my arms stood up. Then I noticed something else. There were little strips of orange cloth tied to some branches, higher than eye level, just like the ones I had used to mark my trail. But these weren't mine. Different material, different knots. They went in a line deeper into the woods, like a path. I shouldn't have followed them, but I did. The orange strips led through a dense section of woods, over a shallow creek, and up a narrow rise. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. A hunting blind. It was up in the trees, maybe 12 feet off the ground, made of canvas and wood. I crept closer. There was a ladder nailed into the tree, and the blind was empty. Inside, I found a water bottle, some wrappers, and a small, folded piece of paper. It was a hand-drawn map. I studied it carefully. The map showed a rough layout of the area, the cabin, the creek, the clearing, and several XS marked in a circle around the cabin, like points on a perimeter. Watching positions. The cabin was being watched. Not randomly, carefully. That's when it hit me. This wasn't someone just wandering the woods. This was planned, organized. I didn't know if it was hunters, squatters, or something worse, but I knew one thing: I wasn't supposed to see this. And if they knew I wasn't going to be safe. I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life. I ignored the trail markers, cut through brush, climbed over fallen logs. I didn't stop until I saw the cabin. I grabbed my keys, packed what I could into a bag, and ran to the car. But the tires were slashed. All four. I backed away, heart pounding. I didn't know what to do. I stood there shaking, staring at the flat tires, and that's when I saw the reflection of something in the window. Movement. There was someone in the woods, watching me from the tree line. I turned and ran back into the cabin. I locked the door, blocked it with... That's all I really remember thinking. I had just finished one of the most exhausting work years of my life. I was running on fumes, mentally and physically. My doctor told me that I needed to lower my stress levels, so I figured a week away in some quiet place would help. No emails, no phone, just silence. I found a cabin rental listing online. It was buried somewhere deep in the northern part of the state, close to the mountains, far from any towns. The photos were plain. A small wooden structure surrounded by trees, with a little dirt path leading up to it. The listing said it had running water, electricity, and a wood stove. That was all I needed. The idea of being surrounded by forest and nothing else sounded perfect. I packed my car on a Monday morning. I brought some canned food, bread, peanut butter, rice, bottled water, and a couple frozen meals I could warm up. I had a small cooler with ice packs, a flashlight, a first aid kit, a few knives, and a hand crank emergency radio. I wasn't expecting any danger, but I liked being prepared. I even packed a camping hatchet just in case I needed firewood. The drive took almost 7 hours. Most of it was highway, but the last part was a twisting gravel road that snaked through the woods for miles. The trees got thicker and taller the further I drove. Eventually, I passed a small wooden sign that just said, Cabin Hill, with an arrow pointing up a steep, narrow path. I climbed the hill slowly, driving over fallen branches and potholes. Eventually, the cabin came into view. It was older than I expected, built with wide planks that had darkened with age. It had one small window in the front and a door made of what looked like pine boards. The roof sagged a little in the middle, but the place looked sturdy enough. I parked beside it and got out of the car. The silence hit me like a wall. No car sounds, no people, just wind, trees, and birds. It felt strange at first, like my ears were waiting for the usual noise of city life, but it was peaceful. I unlocked the cabin with the key left in a lockbox on the door. Inside was one big room. To the left was a small kitchenette with a sink, a 2-burner stove, and some shelves. Straight ahead was a wooden table and a chair. To the right, there was a single bed with an old mattress, a wood stove in the corner, and a small bathroom with a composting toilet and a little shower stall. Everything smelled like dust and pine. I opened the window for some air, unpacked my bags, and set up for the week. There was no Wi-Fi, no TV, no signal, just the woods and the wind. The first day was quiet. I took a walk around the area, exploring the narrow trails that disappeared into the forest. I brought a small compass and marked a few trees with ribbon so I wouldn't get lost. The forest felt thick, like it had been growing undisturbed for decades. Most of the trees were tall evergreens, and the underbrush was heavy with ferns and moss. The air was cool and damp, even though it was midsummer. I slept well that first night. The sounds of the forest were calming. Owls hooted in the distance. Insects hummed. At some point, I woke up to a loud rustling sound just outside the cabin. It stopped after a few seconds. I figured it was an animal and went back to sleep. On the second day, I noticed something odd. I had left a small pile of chopped wood by the side of the cabin after using the hatchet the evening before. That morning, the pile was gone. Not scattered or knocked over. Gone. Completely. I thought maybe I had moved it somewhere and forgotten, but I searched the whole area and didn't find a single piece. I wrote it off as memory error. Maybe I hadn't chopped wood at all. Maybe I had only imagined doing it. I was tired. The silence made it easy to zone out. I walked deeper into the woods that day. I found a long, narrow trail that seemed like it hadn't been used in years. It had branches growing across it, and the soil was packed hard with old leaves. I followed it for about 30 minutes. Eventually, I came across a small wooden fence, half-rotted, stretching across the trail. It didn't look like it was blocking anything important, just a boundary of some kind. Just past the fence was another path, leading downhill. I followed it for a bit and noticed the shape of a small structure through the trees. It looked like an old shack or cabin, maybe abandoned. I didn't get too close. I didn't want to trespass. But from what I could see, the place looked run down, with the roof caved in on one side and a collapsed porch. There was no sign of movement, no smoke, no sound. I turned around and walked back up the hill. When I returned to my cabin, everything looked the same. I made dinner, read a paperback book, and went to sleep. That night, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't an animal sound. It was a soft knocking. I sat up in bed and listened. The knocking came again. 3 soft, slow taps on the wall of the cabin. Not the door, the side wall. It stopped. Then silence. I didn't move. I sat there in the dark, barely breathing. I didn't have a weapon nearby, just a flashlight and a camping knife in my bag by the door. After a few minutes, I got up and turned on the flashlight. I checked the door. It was locked. I looked out the window but saw nothing, just trees and moonlight. The next morning, I checked around the outside of the cabin. I found something strange in the dirt. Footprint. Not a shoe but a bare foot. Human. It was small, like a woman's or a teenager's, but it was deep in the soil. Fresh. Pointed toward the wall where I heard the knocking. I stood there staring at it for a long time. I looked around at the trees, the trail, the cabin. Everything was still. It felt like someone was watching me, even though I couldn't see anyone. I went back inside and locked the door again. That afternoon, I went back to the old shack I had seen the day before. I stayed back but looked a little longer this time. I noticed something that made my stomach turn. One of the windows had been boarded up recently. The boards looked fresh, not rotted like the rest of the wood. There was also a path worn into the grass around the back of the shack, like someone had walked that way many times. I didn't go further. I turned around and went straight back to my cabin. My hands were shaking a little by the time I got there. That night, I stayed awake. I sat in the chair by the door, flashlight in one hand and the camping knife in the other. I kept the lights off, just waited. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. Knocking, 3 taps, same wall, then footsteps, slow, dragging ones moving around the cabin, then silence. At dawn, I went outside again. More footprints, this time 2 sets, both barefoot, one smaller, one larger. I felt cold all over. I decided I needed to leave. But when I went to my car, something was wrong. The gas tank door was hanging open, and the cap was gone. Someone had siphoned the fuel. I checked the trunk. Everything was still there. My cooler was untouched. The food was fine, but the keys I had left in the glove box were gone. Panic set in. I was stranded. No signal, no radio reception, no way to call for help. I grabbed my pack and stuffed it with food, water, my knife, flashlight, compass, and extra socks. I decided to hike back down the gravel road, back toward the main highway. It would be a long walk, maybe 10 or 15 miles, but I had no other choice. I locked the cabin door before leaving. It was pointless, but it felt better than leaving it wide open. As I walked down the gravel road, I heard movement in the woods to my right. Slow footsteps, then they stopped. I walked faster. Every few minutes, I'd hear them again. Then silence. I stopped and listened. The woods were too quiet. No birds, no insects, just stillness. Then I saw someone. Up the hill, between the trees, barely visible, just a shape. A person standing behind a tree, watching me. I kept walking, forcing myself not to run. I walked for hours, but the road felt endless. I checked my compass and realized I was heading southeast, away from where I thought the highway was. I must have turned off the gravel road onto a wrong path without noticing. I stopped to drink water and checked the map I had brought, but it wasn't detailed enough. I couldn't tell where I was. I sat down to rest and heard branches snapping nearby. I stood up and started walking again, this time cutting through the trees instead of following the road. I wanted to go uphill to find a high spot where I could get my bearings. Eventually, I came to a clearing with a rocky outcrop. I climbed to the top and looked around. That's when I saw it, the shack. I had walked in a huge circle. Somehow, I had ended up back at that ruined old cabin again. My stomach dropped. I turned to leave and saw something that made me freeze. A man was standing at the edge of the clearing, just outside the tree line. He was barefoot, wearing dirty pants and no shirt. His chest was covered in old scars. He didn't move, just stared at me. I didn't move either. Then I saw another figure behind him, smaller, a woman or maybe a teenage girl, also barefoot, wearing some kind of torn dress. Her face was pale, eyes wide. I wasn't planning to stay in that cabin for more than a week. The original idea was just to take a break from work and get out of the city for a bit. I didn't book some fancy place or anything. I just picked something cheap off a listing site. It was an old wooden cabin deep in a forested part of the state, about 4 hours away from the city, where cell service died completely about 20 minutes before I even reached the gravel driveway. It was the second week of November when I arrived, right in the middle of hunting season, but I didn't think too much about that. I wasn't hunting. I just wanted peace and quiet. The listing had said the property was isolated and surrounded by private land, so I figured it'd be fine. I had no idea how much that would matter later. The drive up the gravel path was rough, and my car, a small sedan, struggled a bit with the bumps and rocks, but it made it. The cabin sat back against a dense wall of pine trees. The forest stretched as far as the eye could see behind it. There was a narrow clearing around the structure, maybe 30 feet wide, and after that, nothing but woods. No fences, no signs, just trees. The cabin itself was exactly what you'd expect. Wooden siding, one small porch with a single chair and a chipped railing, a thin metal chimney coming out of the roof. It looked like it had been there for decades. Some of the wood near the base was gray and rotting. There was a single power line running to the roof from a pole down the hill, and I saw a rusted propane tank off to the side, half buried in leaves. I got the key from a small lockbox hanging under the porch. When I stepped inside, it smelled like old firewood and dust. Inside, it was simple. One small living area with a stone fireplace, a threadbare couch, and a scratched-up wooden coffee table. A little kitchen with a gas stove and a fridge that hummed louder than it should have. There was one bedroom with a twin bed and an old wooden dresser. The bathroom was just a small space with a toilet, a narrow sink, and a shower stall with yellow-stained tiles. No TV, no radio, just a few outdated paperbacks on a shelf and a deck of cards. That first night, I just sat on the porch and listened to the quiet. It was the kind of silence you don't hear in the city. No traffic, no sirens, no neighbors yelling through the walls. Just wind in the trees and the occasional rustle in the leaves. I saw a few birds and heard what might have been a fox barking off in the woods. I was about to go inside when I heard a single, distant gunshot. Then another. I figured it was just hunters out in the woods. I didn't think much of it. It was that time of year, after all. The first few days passed slow and peaceful. I cooked my meals, went on short hikes during the day, chopped some firewood behind the cabin, and slept early every night. There was no cell signal, no internet, nothing pulling at my attention. I wrote a little in my notebook, read an old mystery novel I found on the shelf, and watched the fireplace. I didn't even see another person, which was fine by me. But on the fourth day, things started to feel off. Started with a small thing. I noticed the back door, the one that led to the woods behind the cabin, was slightly open in the morning. I was sure I'd closed it the night before. I even remembered turning the bolt. It wasn't wide open, just a few inches ajar. I thought maybe I'd forgotten to lock it properly. Maybe the wind pushed it open. That part of the house was old and creaked all the time. Still, it made me uneasy. I shut it and locked it again, checking the bolt twice this time. Later that afternoon, I went for a walk down the dirt trail behind the cabin. It was the same trail I'd taken the previous 2 days. It curved through the trees and went down into a shallow ravine before rising back up to a higher ridge where you could see the forest stretch out like an ocean of green and gray. But this time, about 15 minutes into the walk, I saw something that hadn't been there before. At the edge of the trail, near the base of a tree, I found a spent rifle casing. Just one. Brass. Still clean and shiny. I don't know much about guns, but I could tell it hadn't been there long. The ground was damp from a light rain the night before, but the casing was dry. No mud, no rust. It had to be recent. I looked around but didn't see anyone. No orange vests, no movement in the woods, nothing. I knew it wasn't illegal for people to hunt on private land if they had permission, but I hadn't seen any other cabins or buildings around. I picked up the casing, looked at it for a while, then tossed it back on the ground and headed back to the cabin, walking a little faster than usual. That night, I locked both doors and dragged one of the kitchen chairs in front of the back door just to be sure. I don't know why I did it. It just made me feel better. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual. The light was just coming in through the windows. I got up and made coffee, then walked over to the front door to step outside. When I opened it, I froze. There was a small hole in the bottom half of the wooden door. At first, I thought it was just rot or damage from bugs or something. But then I looked closer. The edges were clean, sharp. It wasn't splintered or jagged. It went straight through. The wood around the hole was slightly darkened, like it had been hit with force. I crouched down and looked through it. It went all the way through to the inside of the door, just above the floor. Clean entry, no exit. It hit me then. It looked exactly like a bullet hole. I backed away from the door, my heart starting to pound. I hadn't heard anything during the night. No loud cracks or bangs. But then again, the cabin was solid and the walls were thick. And I slept hard after long days in the cold air. I didn't know what to think. Was it old? Had someone fired at the cabin before I even got there? I checked the listing photos again. One of them showed the inside of the front door. No hole in the wood. That picture had to be recent. I remembered it clearly. I checked outside. The porch was empty. No shells. No footprints in the dirt, though the leaves made that hard to tell. I stood in the clearing for a long time, just looking at the trees. My eyes kept flicking between the tree line and the narrow path that led to the gravel road. I didn't go hiking that day. I stayed close, pacing around the cabin, checking the locks, making sure every window was shut. I started making notes of everything, what I saw, what I heard. That evening, I noticed something else. On one of the windows, on the side facing the forest, I saw a smudge. It looked like it had been wiped recently. The glass was dirty with pollen and dust, but that one spot was cleaner, like someone had pressed a finger there or maybe their face. Couldn't tell. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing small creaks and pops in the wood. I tried to convince myself it was just the cold settling in, the temperature changes, the usual noises of an old house. But every little sound made me sit up. I kept the lights off and stayed in bed, holding my breath, listening for anything out of place. Around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off, but I woke up again maybe an hour later to a strange, quiet sound. It was like metal sliding against wood. I sat up and held my breath. I heard it again, barely audible, like someone slowly sliding something across the front porch. I didn't move. I didn't get up. I just sat there in the dark, listening. It lasted maybe 20 seconds, then stopped. I waited another full hour before I finally got the courage to go to the front window. I moved the curtain just a crack. Nothing, just darkness, trees and fog and moonlight. But the chair I'd left on the porch was no longer where I'd left it. The next morning, I stepped outside and found the chair lying on its side halfway down the front steps. That was the last straw. I packed that morning, fast. I didn't even bother to wash the dishes. I threw everything in the car and back down the gravel road, heart pounding the entire time. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out from the trees. I drove until I had signal again and called the owner of the cabin. They didn't answer. I left a message explaining everything, the door, the casing, the chair, everything. I never heard back. The listing disappeared a week later. I reported what happened to the local sheriff's office. They took a statement but didn't sound all that interested. They said it was probably just poachers or trespassers, maybe some kids messing around. But I could tell they weren't going to follow up on it. No one was hurt, and I had already left. To them, it was just some city guy spooked by the woods. But I know what I saw. That bullet hole wasn't old. The chair didn't move itself. Someone was out there, watching, maybe just screwing with me, or maybe something worse. I haven't gone back into the woods since, and I never will. It was late October when I decided to take a break from the usual distractions and rent a small cabin out in the middle of nowhere to focus on a freelance project. I had a few weeks to finish a large website design job for a client in New York, and the constant noise from my apartment building was killing my productivity. I kept telling myself I'd start the work tomorrow, and that cycle had stretched for nearly a month. So when I saw a listing online for a secluded rental cabin, deep in the woods and with satellite internet, I booked it right away. I needed total quiet. I needed to force myself to work. The drive out there took most of the day. I left the city around noon with the trunk packed full. My desktop monitor, keyboard, external drives, clothes, a week's worth of groceries, and basic gear like a flashlight, tools, a small hatchet, some knives, batteries, and a solar lantern just in case the power went out. The cabin was near a small lake in northern Idaho. It was about 30 minutes from the nearest gas station and almost an hour from the nearest town. The road leading to it turned from gravel into uneven dirt for the last 2 miles. No cell signal either. You couldn't hear traffic or see any power lines. Just pine trees, steep hills, and silence. I arrived around 5 in the evening. The sky was already turning orange, and a thin layer of fog was creeping up from the woods near the lake. The place looked even more remote than I'd expected. A small single-story wooden cabin with a narrow front porch and 2 little steps leading up to the door. One window in front, another on the side. No other buildings in sight. The trees crowded close around the back. There was a metal fire pit out front, half covered in fallen leaves. The door had one of those mechanical key boxes. I opened it, grabbed the key, and stepped inside. It was simple but clean. Small kitchen on the left with a fridge, a narrow counter, and a stove. A short hallway led to a single bedroom with a full-size bed. The living room was open with a leather couch, a wood stove, a coffee table, and a big window facing the lake. There was Wi-Fi, and surprisingly, it was working well thanks to a satellite dish mounted outside on a pole. I set up my desktop on the little dining table near the window. By 6:30, I had internet, power, and everything unpacked. That first night was quiet. Too quiet. I didn't realize how used I'd gotten to the constant background noise of the city. Sirens, footsteps above, someone yelling at a dog. Out here it was dead silent except for the wind and the creaking of the trees. When the wind died, even that stopped. At night, every sound stood out. I heard a few cracks outside, probably branches falling. Something scraped lightly against the sidewall once, but I figured it was a raccoon or a squirrel. I didn't go out to check. I locked the door, closed the blinds, and sat in bed with my laptop, watching some show. Around midnight, I turned it off, but I couldn't fall asleep easily. I just lay there for hours listening. The next day, I got up around 8 and walked out front to get some air. There were light boot prints on the dirt near the fire pit. That made me pause. I hadn't noticed them the night before. They looked fairly fresh. Could have been from whoever cleaned the cabin before I arrived. But they weren't mine. Mine were wider, and I'd been wearing sneakers. These were narrow and deeper at the heel, like work boots. I walked around a little, looking for more, but the wind and leaves had covered most of the ground. I told myself not to overthink it. Just someone walking around a day before I got there. That morning I made coffee, opened my laptop, and started working. For the first time in weeks, I was focused. No pings, no messages, no background noise. I got about 5 hours of solid work done, then made lunch, walked down to the lake, and sat there for a bit. The lake was completely still, not even a ripple. The woods were thick on the other side, and I couldn't see any signs of roads or houses, just empty wilderness. On the walk back up the slope, I noticed a small, broken piece of black plastic near the trees. Looked like part of a walkie-talkie or a radio. It was scuffed, cracked at the corner. I picked it up and brought it back to the porch. That night, I tried to go to bed early. Around 11, I turned off the lights and lay in the dark. About 20 minutes later, I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow, crunching through the leaves, circling from the side of the cabin toward the back. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. The sound stopped. I waited. I didn't hear it again. I didn't want to open the door or shine a light out the window in case it was nothing. I stayed still, eyes open, ears straining for every sound. Eventually, I fell asleep sometime after 2. The next morning, I walked around the cabin looking for prints or signs of animals. Behind the cabin, under one of the windows, the dirt was disturbed. A narrow shoe print, same as before, not mine. I didn't like that. I went back inside and locked the windows, even though it was broad daylight. By day 3, I started feeling watched. Nothing obvious. No signs of break-ins. No missing items. Just a constant sense that something was off. I kept working during the day and tried to act normal, but every little sound made me tense. One time I went outside to split some kindling and noticed a low pile of rocks near the tree line that hadn't been there before. 5 flat stones stacked on each other. Not random. Someone put them there. I didn't touch them. That evening, I moved my monitor setup to the bedroom. I didn't like having the big window behind me while I worked. Too exposed. That night, I heard the footsteps again, and this time I was sure they came right up to the porch. I didn't turn on any lights. I stayed still in the dark, gripping the handle of the hatchet I'd brought in with me. The footsteps stopped, and I heard nothing else. I didn't sleep much that night. Day 4, I was jittery and tired. I kept walking to the windows, checking outside, watching the trees. I went through the cabin, making sure every drawer was as I left it, every item still there. I started marking small pieces of masking tape on the inside of the windows, just tiny bits, in case any were opened from the outside while I was asleep. I moved a chair against the front door. That afternoon, I walked down to the lake again to try to clear my head. On the way back, I saw something that made me stop cold. Near the tree line where I'd seen the rock pile, there was a small, folded piece of cloth nailed to a tree. It was an old bandana, dark red, torn. A couple feet above it, in the bark, someone had carved 2 letters, DW. I took a step back and scanned the trees. No one was there. I walked slowly back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. That evening, the satellite internet started acting strange. It slowed down, then dropped completely for a few minutes. When it came back, it was sluggish and kept cutting out. I checked the dish out front. Nothing looked wrong. I didn't see any damage, just more trees and quiet air. By nightfall, I had fully convinced myself that someone was out there. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone living off-grid and didn't want me near their area. Maybe worse. I debated packing up and driving back, but it was dark, and that road wasn't safe at night. I decided I'd leave in the morning. I hardly slept. Around 3 a.m., I heard a loud crack outside, like a branch being stepped on. Then another one. Then silence. I sat there in bed, fully awake, staring at the dark ceiling. I was sweating even though it was cold. I waited until the sun came up before I moved. At first light, I got dressed, packed my gear fast, shut down the desktop, and threw everything into the trunk. Before locking up, I checked the masking tape I'd put on the bedroom window. The one facing the back. It was gone. Not just peeled off. Gone. Nothing left. Someone had opened that window. That was it. I got in the car and left. I didn't stop until I reached the gas station an hour away. While filling up, I saw a local sheriff parked nearby and almost went over to tell him everything. But I didn't have proof. Just gut feelings and a missing piece of tape. I decided to just leave it alone. I drove all the way home, slept with the lights on, and didn't go back to the woods again. Weeks later, I got curious. I looked up the area where the cabin was. Found a few mentions of missing hikers in the past years. One guy went missing in 2017. Daniel Whitmore, age 36, went camping alone. Never came back. Locals said he'd been seen before, roaming the woods, building small shelters, stealing food from cabins. DW. I didn't tell anyone. I just canceled the rest of my freelance work and moved to a shared co-working space in the city. I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear footsteps outside, but it's never as quiet here, and that helps. I remember the exact day I decided to leave the city for a while. It was a Thursday in early November, and the morning air was already colder than usual. My apartment felt like it had shrunk overnight. The walls, the traffic outside, even the smell of stale air inside the elevators. I felt sick of it all. I wanted space. I wanted silence. I wanted to get away from people, from routines, from phones buzzing every 2 minutes. I was tired in a way that sleep didn't fix. My older brother had a cabin deep in the northern woods, way up near the Canadian border. It was originally our uncle's, but when he passed, my brother took it over. He used it for hunting in the fall, ice fishing in winter. He'd offered it to me before when I needed a break, but I always said no. This time, I called him, got the keys, packed up 3 weeks worth of food, winter gear, extra fuel, batteries, everything I could think of, and I drove 7.5 hours straight through heavy fog and light snow until I pulled onto the narrow gravel path that led to the cabin. The place sat far off the main road. After the highway turned into a rough dirt road, there were still 3 more miles of unmarked, twisting trail through thick trees. When I got there, the sun was low and orange behind the bare branches, the wind making the pine trees sway and whisper. The cabin itself was small and dark brown with a green tin roof. It had a narrow porch, 2 windows in the front, and a chimney puffing soft smoke from the last time my brother had been up, maybe a week or 2 before. Inside, it smelled like dry wood, a little like old books and dust. 1 room, open layout. A bed tucked into the corner, a wood stove in the middle, a small table, and a kitchenette with an old propane stove. No plumbing, no running water. There was a hand pump well about 20 feet behind the cabin and an outhouse even farther out through the trees. My brother had stocked it well: firewood, lanterns, propane tanks, canned food, even a shotgun on a wall hook just in case of bears. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. I didn't speak, didn't check my phone once. I read, chopped wood, hiked short trails during the day, and went to sleep early under heavy blankets. The cold helped. It made me sharper. The wind outside was always moving. Trees creaked, leaves rustled, branches fell in the distance. But nothing felt out of place. On the third night, something changed. It was just past midnight when I woke up suddenly, heart beating faster than it should have been. I couldn't tell what had woken me. There was no noise, no movement, but I had the strong, sharp feeling that something had. I sat up slowly. The inside of the cabin was pitch dark. The fire had gone out. My breath showed in the air. I grabbed my flashlight and turned it on low, sweeping it slowly across the room. Nothing. Everything looked the same, but something in my gut didn't feel the same. The next morning, I went outside early. The air had that tight, frozen feel, like the forest was holding its breath. I walked a short loop through the woods behind the cabin, just to stretch, and I noticed something small but strange about 40 yards from the clearing. There was a patch of disturbed ground. Leaves pushed around, soil kicked up, like someone had slipped or scuffled. I squatted down and looked closer. There weren't boot prints or animal tracks I could clearly identify, but something had definitely been there. I didn't think much of it, honestly. Could have been a deer running, maybe even from my scent. That night, I double-checked the cabin door before bed and wedged a piece of firewood against the bottom. Not because I was scared, really. It just felt like a good idea. I slept in thermal underwear, a beanie on my head, with a small axe under the bed and the flashlight right beside me. I woke up again at night. This time, I knew I'd heard something. It was soft, a slow crunch outside, like someone walking carefully over snow and leaves. Then silence. Then another crunch. I held my breath. I reached for the flashlight but didn't turn it on. I listened. 2 more steps. Slow, deliberate. Whoever it was, or whatever it was circling the cabin. I stayed still for nearly an hour. At some point, I must have fallen back asleep or passed out from holding still so long. When I woke up, the light outside was gray. Morning. My whole body was tense. I sat up slowly, pulled on my coat and boots, grabbed the flashlight and axe, and stepped out onto the porch. The ground around the cabin was covered in frost and old leaves. I walked slowly around the perimeter. About 15 feet behind the cabin, near the tree line, I saw them. 2 footprints. They weren't mine. I hadn't walked that way the day before. They were slightly bigger than my boots, pointed straight toward the cabin, spaced like a person had been standing still. Not walking, just watching. I followed the direction they came from, straight into the woods. But after 20 or 30 feet, the prints vanished. The leaves were too thick. I couldn't track them. I turned back, feeling watched the whole way. After that, I stopped hiking during the day. I stayed close to the cabin, mostly inside. I kept the fire going at all hours, even if it meant burning through more wood. I carried the axe everywhere, even to the outhouse. I tried to convince myself it was just a hunter, or a trapper, or maybe even some local just passing through. But I couldn't stop thinking about how close the prints had come, how long they might have been standing there, behind the trees. A few nights later, I heard movement again. It wasn't soft this time. It was louder, something brushing against the side of the cabin, scraping lightly along the wooden wall. Then silence. Then another brush on the opposite side. I sat up, frozen. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My flashlight was in my hand, finger over the switch, but I didn't turn it on. Then the doorknob rattled, just once. Not loud, not violent, just a quiet jiggle, like someone was testing it gently. I stayed awake until morning. That day, I found more tracks, this time circling the cabin twice, then leading off toward the west. It hadn't snowed, but the ground was damp enough to keep a faint impression in the mud and leaves. I followed them for nearly half a mile before I lost them. But during that half mile, I found something else. It was a campsite, or what was left of one. Just a torn plastic tarp pinned between 2 trees, a blackened fire ring, some burnt cans, and a small, half-rotted backpack filled with empty wrappers and 2 stained t-shirts. There was also a folding knife stuck in the side of a tree. The area smelled like urine and mildew. Whoever had stayed there, they hadn't cleaned up. They also hadn't been gone long. The fire ring was still damp from recent rain. The wrappers were only slightly faded. I went back to the cabin fast. That night, I loaded the shotgun and kept it beside the bed. I didn't sleep. I just sat up, listening to the wind howl through the trees, the stove ticking softly beside me, every creak in the walls feeling louder than it should have. And then, just after 3 a.m., something heavy hit the roof. Not a branch, not snow, something solid. It thudded, then scraped, then thudded again, like someone crawling slowly across the metal. I grabbed the shotgun and aimed it at the ceiling, unsure what the hell I was even thinking. I stood there, back against the wall, barely breathing. The noises stopped after a while, but I didn't sleep again. At dawn, I climbed up to the roof using the metal ladder bolted to the side. There were scuff marks on the snow-dusted metal, faint dents near the center, and muddy handprints along the edge closest to the chimney. I took photos with my phone, not even sure why. Maybe to prove to myself I wasn't imagining it. I made the decision to leave that morning. I packed everything back into the truck by noon, but when I went to start it, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I checked under the hood. Everything looked fine. The cables were connected. There was no sign of damage, but the battery was stone cold. I had a small jump pack, fully charged, but even that didn't help. The engine didn't even click, just silence. I slammed the hood and stood there in the cold, hands on my knees, trying not to panic. The nearest town was almost 20 miles away, down a logging road with no reception, no signs, and barely any traffic. I could wait, hope someone passed by, or I could walk. I chose to walk. I packed a small bag, water, granola, my phone, the knife, and the loaded shotgun. I locked the cabin and started walking around 1 p.m. The road was narrow and winding, barely wide enough for a truck. Trees leaned in on both sides. I walked fast, head down, ears twitching at every bird call and branch snap. I was maybe 6 or 7 miles in when I saw the first sign I wasn't alone. A shredded glove caught on a branch, just hanging there. It looked like someone had run past it in a hurry and it got snagged. I almost left it, but curiosity got the better of me. I walked over and took it down. There was dried blood on the inside. I froze. I looked up and down the road. Still nothing, just wind. I needed to get away. My head had been cluttered for months. Between work stress, bills piling up, and the constant noise of the city, something inside me kept saying I needed a break. I didn't want a vacation with people. No flights, no hotels, no phone service. I wanted isolation. Just trees, a quiet cabin, and time to clear my mind. I found the listing online. It was a small wooden cabin in the northern mountains, deep in a forested valley with no nearby neighbors for miles. The photos showed a single-level wooden structure, rough but clean, with solar power, a wood stove, and a stream nearby. There was no internet, no cell service, and the owner described it as fully off-grid. That's what sold it for me. I booked it for a week in mid-October. It was getting cold, but I didn't mind. I packed heavy clothes, firewood, canned food, 2 boxes of protein bars, 2 gallons of bottled water, and a big jug for collecting stream water if needed. I also packed a flashlight, backup batteries, a pocket knife, some rope, a hand crank radio, and a small axe. I didn't expect to need any of it. It just felt like the right thing to do. The drive there took nearly 8 hours. Once I left the highway, it was all gravel roads and winding turns. The forest got denser the deeper I went. Trees arched over the narrow road and the sun disappeared behind them. I stopped once to check the map. According to the printed directions the owner had emailed me, I had to follow a dirt path that split off from the gravel road for another 20 minutes. The path was just wide enough for my SUV. It was rutted with old tire tracks and scattered branches, and it climbed steeply through thick woods. I kept checking my mirrors because it felt like I'd taken a wrong turn, but eventually the trees opened up into a small clearing. There was the cabin, just like the pictures. It sat on short concrete pillars, raised slightly off the ground. The exterior was rough timber, weathered gray-brown, and the metal roof was streaked with rust at the corners. A small porch wrapped around the front with an old rocking chair and some chopped wood stacked under a tarp. The stream gurgled just beyond the trees to the right, and behind the cabin, the woods went on endlessly. I parked beside the cabin and shut off the engine. Everything was still. I got out and took a breath. The air was cold and smelled like pine and dirt. No birds, no insects, nothing but the soft sound of water from the stream. I went up the 3 steps onto the porch and found the key under a stone like the owner had said. Inside, the cabin was simple. One big open space with a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchen area with shelves and a propane stove, a bed against the far wall with thick blankets, and a table with 2 chairs. There was also a small bathroom with a compost toilet. No shower, no running water, just the basics. I checked around, unloaded my stuff, and lit a fire in the stove. By sunset, I was warm, full, and sitting in the rocking chair on the porch as the woods got darker. The first night was quiet. I read a paperback I brought, made some soup, and listened to the wind in the trees. I thought maybe I'd finally found a place where I could breathe. I went to sleep early and slept better than I had in weeks. The next day, I hiked up a ridge behind the cabin. There was no trail, but the woods were open enough to walk through. I spent hours climbing fallen logs, taking in the quiet, watching squirrels dart up trees, and just clearing my mind. I got back late in the afternoon and made dinner. That night, I heard something strange. It wasn't loud, just a soft bump. I sat up in bed, listening. The fire in the stove had gone down, and the room was cold and dark except for the dim red glow from the embers. The bump came again, not from outside, from inside, below. At first, I told myself it was the wood stove creaking, maybe the floor settling. Old buildings make noise, but the bump came again. A single, dull thump, like something shifting underneath the floor. I got up and walked slowly across the room. The floor creaked under my feet. I crouched down and pressed my ear to the boards. Nothing, just silence. I went back to bed and stayed awake for another hour, but the sound didn't come back. The next morning, I decided to check the crawl space under the cabin. I found the access hatch outside behind the cabin, a wooden panel held in place by 2 rusty latches. Took some force, but I got it open. I crouched down and shined my flashlight in. It was dark, full of cobwebs, and smelled like dirt and rot. I crawled in on my hands and knees, my head brushing the low beams. The space was narrow, maybe 2 feet tall. I looked around and saw nothing unusual at first. Some insulation, the underside of the floorboards, and old debris. Broken wood, an empty paint can, some leaves. Then I saw something strange. In the far corner, a section of the crawl space looked different. The floor, there wasn't dirt. It was concrete. I crawled closer, brushing away webs. My hand touched something smooth and cold. A metal handle. It was a trapdoor, set into the concrete. Heavy steel with a small built-in lock. There was no mention of this in the listing. No one said anything about a locked basement. It didn't make sense. A cabin this small shouldn't have a basement. And if it did, why would the access be hidden in the crawl space? I tried the handle, but the lock was solid. I knocked on the metal with my knuckle. It echoed dully, hollow underneath. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking about the trapdoor. Who built it? What was down there? Why was it locked? I told myself not to mess with it, but part of me felt uneasy. The cabin didn't feel the same anymore. Felt watched. The silence felt heavier. I stayed up late, sitting near the stove, just listening. Around midnight, I heard it again. A thump, louder this time, from under the floor. Then a scraping sound, slow and rough. Then silence again. The next morning, I couldn't ignore it. I went into the crawl space again and inspected the door. The lock was an old padlock built into the steel. I didn't have bolt cutters, but I remembered the axe. I didn't like breaking into something that wasn't mine, but I felt like I needed to know what was down there. If someone had been inside this cabin before me, or if something was hidden under my feet, I couldn't just ignore it. I spent an hour hitting the lock with the back of the axe. It was solid but rusted. Finally, it snapped off. I pulled the door open slowly. A wave of cold, damp air hit my face. It smelled like mildew, old wood, and something else I couldn't place. Something sour. I shined my flashlight down. A narrow wooden staircase led into blackness. I didn't go in right away. I sat outside for a long time, thinking it over. I even considered calling someone, but there was no signal. Finally, I went back, took a deep breath, and stepped down the stairs. The basement was small, low-ceilinged, and made of old concrete blocks. The air was cold and wet. The floor was dirt, uneven and dark. My flashlight flickered a little, and I hid it until it stopped. I walked slowly around the space. There were shelves along one wall with old jars, tools, and a broken lantern. In the back corner, there was a wooden crate covered with a tarp. I pulled the tarp back and froze. Inside were clothes, not folded, just piled. Dirty jeans, socks, worn boots, and a sleeping bag that smelled like sweat and rot. There was also an old can of beans, half empty, with mold inside. Someone had been living down here. I looked around again. I noticed scratches on the walls, deep gouges in the concrete, like someone had scraped them with metal. Near the steps, there was a plastic jug filled with yellow liquid. I didn't need to guess what it was. I backed up toward the stairs. That's when I saw something else. Behind the shelves, the wall looked different. I moved one of the shelves aside and found a second door. Not metal this time, wood. It was closed, but not locked. I pushed it open slowly. The space beyond was even smaller. A storage room. More shelves, a table, and something nailed to the wall. Papers, notes, photos, a calendar with dates circled in red. One of the papers had a map drawn on it with the cabin marked. Another had what looked like a list of names. 4 of them were crossed out. I backed out slowly and went up the stairs. I closed the trapdoor and shoved the crate back over it. That night, I barely slept. I sat by the fire with the axe beside me, jumping at every sound. The woods felt wrong now, not peaceful, just empty and watching. In the morning, I packed everything. I loaded the car in silence and didn't eat. I left the key on the table and drove out of there without looking back. Later, I contacted the listing site. The cabin was gone, removed completely. I tried messaging the owner. No reply. Weeks passed. I kept thinking about the list of names, the sleeping bag, the sounds at night. I don't know who stayed there before me or what they were doing under that cabin, but someone lived there, someone who hid things. I don't really know why I agreed to watch my cousin's cabin in the first place. He had bought the place a few years back and barely used it. Said it was too far out, and he didn't have the time anymore with his new job and new baby. So when he called me, asking if I'd be willing to go up there for a couple weeks to check on the property while he handled some paperwork to sell it, I said yes without really thinking about it. I wasn't doing much at the time. I had quit my job at the mechanic shop 2 months earlier. I had some savings and was taking time off to just breathe. I'd been stressed, burned out, and needed space, so a quiet place in the woods seemed like the right kind of escape. Maybe I'd get some clarity. Maybe I'd even enjoy being alone. The cabin was a 4-hour drive north from where I lived. As I got closer, the road narrowed. It went from asphalt to cracked cement, then finally to gravel. After about 30 minutes of slow driving down that narrow gravel road, the trees swallowed the sky and the world felt smaller and quieter. I hadn't passed another car in almost an hour. Just trees, tall and thick on both sides, their branches reaching overhead like fingers, blotting out most of the daylight even though it was barely afternoon. The cabin sat about 50 yards off the gravel road, hidden behind some dense brush and a few crooked trees. The driveway was just dirt and weeds. I had to pull the branches back with my hands just to drive in. When I stepped out of the truck, everything was still. No wind, no birds, just the faint sound of bugs. The cabin looked smaller than I expected. 1 floor, old wood siding, worn gray, a tin roof that looked patched together in places. The windows were streaked with dirt and dead bugs. The front door had a heavy steel lock on it, which I had the key for. My cousin told me to expect it to be dusty, but that was putting it lightly. When I opened the door, a smell hit me. Dry wood, old paper, mold, maybe even rodent droppings. It had that stale, sunless scent you get when something hasn't been opened in a long time. The air was thick. I left the door open behind me and started walking around. There was one main room with a wood stove in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a sagging couch along one wall. The kitchen was just a small counter, sink, and a fridge that I was told not to plug in. There was a single bedroom and a bathroom with a composting toilet. No running water. No power unless I turned on the gas generator, which I didn't plan on using much. I had brought flashlights and lanterns. My cousin told me the cabin had no cell service, but I figured I'd be fine. I had food, water, and enough fuel to last 2 weeks. I wasn't expecting anything to happen anyway. The first night was quiet. I ate a can of chili cold, read a bit by lantern, then went to bed early. The place creaked more than I liked, and every sound made me look up, but I chalked it up to age and wind, even though the trees barely moved. I kept my flashlight near the bed just in case. The second day, I walked around the property. My cousin said there were about 10 acres of woods behind the cabin, most of it overgrown. I found an old trail leading downhill toward a dry creek bed. A lot of fallen branches, some animal tracks in the dirt, deer or raccoon, maybe both. I spent an hour clearing brush, then headed back. On the way, I saw what looked like a broken trail camera tied to a tree with a rusted strap. I didn't touch it. That night, I heard something, not just creaks this time. Around midnight, I woke up to a thud. Not loud, but sharp, like something had fallen. I waited, holding my breath. I didn't hear it again. I got up, shined the flashlight around, checked the main room, the front door, even peeked out the window. Nothing. I told myself it was something that shifted, maybe something in the kitchen falling from a shelf. But the next morning, I found one of the chairs moved slightly. Not far, just a few inches. I remembered clearly pushing it in under the table the night before. Still, I didn't think too much of it. I was alone, tired, maybe even slightly paranoid. Being cut off like that does things to your brain. You start doubting memories. You forget what you did and didn't do. The third night was worse. I had trouble sleeping. Every little noise made me sit up. Around 2 in the morning, I heard movement outside. Light steps on the porch, then a slow creak like pressure on wood. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the front window. I held the light back, not wanting to shine it directly through the glass. Nothing. I waited maybe 20 minutes. I didn't hear it again. In the morning, I found a single wet footprint on the porch. Just one. Not a shoe print. Barefoot. Human-sized. The boards around it were dry. The print was near the far end of the porch, close to the corner where a small woodpile leaned against the cabin. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of it. I walked out to the road that day. No cars. No people. No signs of anyone nearby. Just trees and silence. I didn't see another footprint. It hadn't rained. The sky had been dry for days. I tried telling myself it was old. Maybe something had spilled, but it looked fresh. It hadn't dried out until mid-morning. That night, I stayed up late. I turned the lantern off and sat on the couch in the dark, flashlight in my lap. I didn't move. I listened. Nothing for hours. But then, just before 3 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps. Not fast. Careful. Like someone walking slowly along the porch. This time I went to the door, crouched low, and listened through the wood. I heard breathing. Soft. Shallow. I froze. My heart pounded so loud it hurt. After about 30 seconds, the breathing stopped. The footsteps moved again. This time down the steps. Then nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat there until the sun started to come up. When I finally opened the door, there were no prints. But the woodpile had shifted. 2 logs had fallen over and were sitting halfway across the porch. That made no sense. They were heavy. No wind could have moved them. I started locking the door with the steel bolt even during the day. On day 5, I followed the creek bed farther than before. I wanted to get out, away from the cabin, clear my head. After maybe an hour, I came across a small clearing where the trees thinned out. There was an old fire ring there, rocks arranged in a circle blackened with ash. Some bones nearby, probably deer, but they'd been cut, not chewed. clean slices through some of the joints. I started getting a sick feeling in my stomach. That night, I didn't hear anything, and that made it worse. The silence was too heavy, like something was waiting. I didn't sleep again. On the 6th night, I made a mistake. I turned on the generator to charge a battery pack. I hadn't used it before, and the noise felt too loud, like it echoed out across the forest. I ran it for only 15 minutes, then shut it down. That night, I saw a light in the woods, just a faint flicker, far off through the trees, like someone walking with a flashlight, except it didn't move naturally. It stayed low, weaving side to side slowly, sometimes stopping. I killed my own light and watched it through the bedroom window. It got closer, then it went out. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear anything, but I could feel something out there. I sat with my back to the wall, heart racing, holding the only weapon I had, a rusty hatchet I found in the shed out back. I didn't sleep. Again. By morning, I was wrecked, mentally gone. I felt hollow, like I wasn't fully there, like part of me had already gone home, and only my body stayed behind. I packed my bag and left it by the door, but I didn't leave. I don't know why. Maybe it was pride. Maybe I didn't want to feel like I'd let fear control me. But I knew something was wrong. Something about that place. Something I couldn't explain, but something real. On the 8th day, I found the camera again. The broken trail cam on the tree. I decided to check it. I had to cut the old strap. The back panel was rusted, but I managed to open it. Inside was a memory card. I took it back to the cabin and slid it into the small solar-powered reader I had for photos. Most of the images were junk. Blurry shots of animals, trees swaying, darkness. But then I saw something that made me go cold. There were pictures of the cabin. From the woods, taken at night, not by animals. The angle was too steady, too deliberate. One image showed the porch. Another showed the back window. Then one of the front door. Then a close-up of the lock. Then me, from behind, walking toward the woodpile 2 days earlier. I dropped the reader. I wanted to leave, right then. But I made another mistake. I waited. That night, I tried to sleep in my truck. I locked the doors, left the keys in the ignition. I figured it was safer than the cabin. At 2 a.m., I woke up. Something was tapping the window, like just one tap every few seconds. I held still. I didn't turn on the dome light. I just stared. On the 4th tap, I turned the key. The truck didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. I remember the exact day I decided to take the trip. It was a Thursday in mid-October, just cool enough in the mornings to make me pull my sleeves down and just warm enough by noon to roll them back up. Work had been brutal for weeks. Long hours, endless meetings, and constant noise. I felt like my head was always buzzing. I needed to get away. I didn't want to see anyone, hear anyone, or talk to anyone. I just wanted silence and air that didn't smell like city fumes. I had been thinking about taking a solo trip for a while. Not a vacation with tours and plans and crowds. Just me and nature. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere far. I looked online for remote cabins. Not the ones people rent for family vacations or parties. I wanted something more isolated. Something hard to reach. I found it after a few hours of digging through listings and websites with grainy photos and misspelled descriptions. The cabin was located near the edge of a forest reserve in northern Idaho, just a few miles from the Canadian border. There was no cell service, and the nearest town was about 25 miles away. The listing said the place had solar power, a gas stove, and a wood-burning fireplace. The pictures weren't anything fancy, but the landscape was what caught me. Dense trees, no neighbors, no roads nearby, just a gravel path leading up to it. It was perfect. I booked it for 10 days. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, other than saying I needed a break and would be offline. That felt important to me. I didn't want anyone checking in or asking how it was going. I packed clothes, some dried food, canned stuff, tools, books, and a basic first aid kit. I took a hatchet, a hunting knife, and a small revolver I kept locked in a case at home. Not because I expected anything to happen, but because I'd be alone in the woods, and that felt smart. The drive took almost 2 full days. I stayed at a small motel halfway there, then reached the forest road by late afternoon the next day. The gravel path that led to the cabin was rough, winding through trees and rocks, with thick brush creeping in on both sides. I had to drive slow, almost idling, as the sun started slipping behind the hills. The shadows stretched long, and the air got cold fast. I passed no signs, no fences, no other cabins, just forest. When I saw the cabin, it felt like I had discovered something hidden. It was old, with weathered logs and a dark green roof, but it looked sturdy. There was a wooden porch with 2 steps and a small bench, 1 window on the front, and a door that looked recently reinforced with new hinges and a thick deadbolt. I parked my truck a few feet away and shut the engine off. The quiet was instant. No birds, no wind, just the faint sound of the truck ticking as it cooled. I carried my stuff inside in 2 trips. The door opened hard, like the frame had swollen a bit with moisture, but it shut fine. Inside, the place was small but clean. 1 main room with a cot against the far wall, a table and 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove, and a small counter with some cabinets. The bathroom was a tiny space with a composting toilet and a water tank. There was no shower. I'd have to heat water if I wanted to clean up. That was fine. I didn't come here for comfort. I settled in fast. The first night was cold, but I had brought heavy blankets and layers. I lit a fire, cooked some beans and rice on the stove, and read by lantern light until I felt sleepy. There were no strange noises, no sense of unease, just the sound of the fire cracking and my own breathing. The first few days were quiet and simple. I woke with the sun, made coffee on the stove, and sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket, staring at the woods. I'd chop wood, sweep the porch, take slow walks into the trees, sometimes for an hour or 2, always careful to mark my path. I didn't want to get turned around out here. I read a lot, made simple meals, and wrote in a notebook about how it felt to be disconnected. I didn't miss the city at all. I felt calm for the first time in months. But on the 4th night, something changed. I had gone to bed around 9 p.m. The fire had burned down, and I was bundled up under thick blankets. The woods were black outside. I remember the wind had picked up a little that evening, but nothing wild, just rustling in the trees. Around midnight, I woke up, not because of a noise, but because of a feeling. It was that strange sense that something wasn't quite right. I lay there listening. The fire was dead. The cabin was cold, but I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no creaking, just the wind again. I got up and went to the window. It looked out onto the forest. I could barely see anything through the glass, but the moon was out, and I could just make out the tops of the trees and the brush below. I didn't see anything moving. I stood there for a while, watching. Then I went back to bed. The next morning, I stepped outside to get some wood, and something caught my eye near the edge of the trees. A rock, a medium-sized one, dark gray. It was sitting just inside the tree line, about 30 feet away from the porch. That wouldn't have meant anything, except that I didn't remember it being there before. It looked like it had been placed, not like a random forest rock. It was round and clean and sitting flat. I walked over to it. It wasn't heavy. I picked it up and turned it in my hands. There were no markings on it, just smooth stone. I looked around. No other rocks like it nearby. I walked a few more feet into the trees, but didn't see anything strange. So I set the rock down and went back to my routine. That night, I locked the door and bolted it, as I always did. I had a small bar I wedged under the knob, too, just in case. I slept a little lighter, woke up once or twice to silence. In the morning, I made coffee and stepped outside, and the rock was gone. I froze for a moment. I walked to where I had left it. There was a slight round mark in the dirt where it had been, but no rock. I looked around, checked the brush, walked a bit deeper. Nothing. It was just gone. It was then that I felt it. A tension in my chest, like something was off balance. The feeling stuck with me the rest of the day. I started noticing small things. The broom I kept by the door was leaning differently. The folded tarp under the porch bench looked moved, like one edge had been tugged. I started locking the door even during the day. The next night, I stayed up later. I left the fire burning longer and sat with my back to the wall, reading with my headlamp. Around 2 a.m., I heard something outside. Not loud, a soft thud, then nothing. I turned off the lamp and sat in the dark. My ears were sharp. I heard the wind, the trees, then a very faint crunch. Footsteps? Could have been an animal, but it sounded like weight. Not a deer. Slower. I held still. The sound didn't return. At dawn, I went outside and looked around. Near the edge of the porch, in the dirt, were 3 indentations. Not deep, just enough to look like something had stepped there. A boot, maybe. I checked the area more carefully. Nothing else. No tracks leading in or out. I felt cold all morning, even with the fire going. The rest of the day, I kept checking the window. I left a piece of string across the doorframe inside, tied from one nail to another. If the door opened, it would drop. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking I heard movement, scratching, maybe just branches in the wind, but maybe not. I kept my revolver by the cot now. The next morning, the string was on the floor. I felt the blood drain from my face. I had locked the door, bolted it, wedged the bar, but the string was down. I checked the door, still locked. No damage. I checked the windows, still latched. Nothing broken. I tried to tell myself I must have knocked it loose, but I hadn't touched the door all night. I knew I hadn't. That day, I walked the perimeter of the clearing. I circled the cabin, looking for signs. I didn't see anything until I got behind the cabin near the woodshed. A small bundle of twigs had been placed on top of the woodpile, carefully arranged. Not like something had fallen there. They were tied together with a piece of red thread. I hadn't brought any red thread. I didn't touch it. I just backed away and went inside. I locked the door and didn't go back out. I stayed inside all day, sitting with my back to the wall, watching the window. That night, I didn't sleep. At some point in the early morning, I heard the sound again. This time closer. A creak, right outside. Then the softest scrape along the porch, like something dragged lightly across the wood. I held my breath.
My hand was in my lap.
I waited. I didn't move. Then silence again. When it got light, I opened the door slowly. On the porch, in the exact center, was a single torn glove. Old, worn out, black leather, missing the thumb. It was wet with dew. I didn't touch it. I looked into the trees. I didn't see anything, but I felt eyes on me. I went back inside and made the decision. I would leave the next morning. I didn't want to panic. I didn't want to flee in the dark. I'd pack everything, drive down the gravel path, and find... It was early October when I decided to go back to the old cabin. I had been there once before, about 7 years ago, when I was in college. Back then, a group of friends and I had rented the place for a long weekend. I remembered the lake, the long dirt road that led in, the cracked porch steps, and how quiet it got at night. I also remembered how badly I wanted to come back on my own one day, to clear my head. That time had come now. Life in the city was starting to feel like a pressure cooker. Long work hours, loud streets, and people everywhere all the time. I needed a break. I needed to be somewhere silent, somewhere where no one could reach me. I picked that cabin because it was cheap, far away, and I already knew the layout. But mostly, I picked it because no one else would be out there. I booked it for 10 days, packed my truck with supplies, and made the long drive out. It was in the middle of nowhere in northern Minnesota, close to the Canadian border. The last gas station was more than 50 miles away from the property. I had stocked up on fuel, food, water, and batteries. I had a generator, flashlights, propane tanks, tools, firewood, even extra tires. I wanted to be completely self-sufficient. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I just said I was taking a solo trip up north, and I'd be offline for a while. The first 2 days were perfect. I chopped wood, sat by the lake, cooked simple meals, and slept for 10 hours straight each night. I didn't check my phone. I didn't think about work. The silence was deep. You could hear the leaves moving in the trees, and at night, nothing at all. Just darkness and cold. The air felt different up there. It was sharper, like it had more weight to it. The only sound inside the cabin was the slow ticking of an old wall clock. The cabin was small, just one floor with a loft above the main room. There was one bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom with no plumbing, and a narrow set of stairs leading to the loft. The windows were old and dusty, the wooden floor creaked when you stepped in certain spots, and the front door stuck a little when you closed it. But I liked it. It felt like stepping into another world, like time had stopped there a long time ago. On the third day, I noticed something that didn't feel right. It was late in the afternoon, and I had just come back from gathering kindling. As I set the bundle down on the porch, I looked over toward the treeline. It was about 40 yards away from the cabin. There was a narrow trail that led into the woods, one we had used during that college trip to hike up to a small lookout point. I hadn't gone down it yet this trip, but I had planned to. What I noticed was that there were fresh footprints in the dirt, heading into the trees. They were boot prints, deep ones. I stood there for a while just looking at them. Then I went inside and closed the door. I told myself it could have been a hunter or a hiker. Maybe someone else had rented the cabin recently and left them behind. But the prints looked fresh. There had been a light drizzle the night before, and these prints didn't look washed out or smudged. The edges were sharp, like they'd been made that morning. Still, I let it go. I had no reason to panic. I had a solid lock on the door, tools, a hatchet, and a hunting rifle in the closet. There was no cell signal, but I had everything else I needed to stay safe. That night, it was harder to sleep. I kept thinking about those prints, even though I knew I was probably just overthinking. I laid in bed for hours listening to the wind scrape against the windows. I thought I heard something out back once, maybe an animal knocking over a log, but I didn't get up to check. Eventually, I drifted off. The next morning, I walked back over to the trail to take another look. The prints were still there, but now there were more. 2 sets. One set coming from the woods, one going in. That was enough to make my stomach twist. I looked around slowly, checking the treeline, the hills, the sky, everything. No birds, no squirrels, not even the sound of wind. It was dead quiet. I backed up slowly and went inside. I locked the door and pulled the shades. That whole day, I couldn't focus. I kept looking out the window every few minutes. I didn't chop wood. I didn't walk near the water. I just sat in the cabin and listened. Around sunset, I turned on the generator, heated up a can of soup, and tried to distract myself with a book. But it didn't work. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. Someone watching. Someone waiting. That night, I stayed downstairs instead of going up to the loft. I brought my sleeping bag, the rifle, a flashlight, and my boots. I didn't want to be caught off guard if something happened. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard movement outside, like slow, heavy steps on the dirt. At one point, I thought I heard breathing near the wall, just slow, steady breathing. I sat there holding the rifle for what felt like hours, not moving, not blinking, just listening. But nothing came. Nothing touched the door. Nothing broke the windows. By morning, everything was still in place. I told myself I was going to leave that day, pack everything up, get in the truck, and drive south. But when I went outside, I saw something that made my legs shake. The generator, which was sitting just outside the cabin on the backside, had been moved. It was unplugged, and it had been dragged about 10 feet to the left. There were deep marks in the dirt where it had been pulled. The cable was still attached, but coiled loosely like someone had tried to hide it. I didn't hear it being moved. I had left it off the night before, but still, I would have heard something if someone was out there. It wasn't light. It took effort to drag it. And then I saw the prints again. More of them. This time, they circled the cabin. Full circle. They went up to every window, every wall, like someone had been walking around it slowly, inspecting every side. I ran inside and locked the door again. I didn't need anything that day. I just waited. Rifle in my lap, flashlight next to me, all the lights off. I didn't know what they wanted. I didn't know if it was one person or more. I had no way of calling for help. I kept thinking about the prints, about the way they circled the place, about how quiet it was. No one out there was in a hurry. They were calm, patient. When night came, I stayed in the corner of the room where I could see both the front door and the back windows. I didn't move for hours. Around 2 a.m., I heard something. It was faint, like fabric brushing against wood. Then a small thump. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate steps on the porch. I didn't breathe. I raised the rifle and waited. The steps reached the door. Then they stopped. No knock, no attempt to open it. Just stillness. Whoever was out there knew I was inside. They didn't care. They were just standing there. After a few minutes, I heard the steps again, this time moving along the side of the cabin. Then silence. Then something hit the back wall. Not hard, just a soft tap. Then again, closer to the window. I stayed like that until sunrise. When the light finally came through the cracks in the shades, I got up and checked outside. Nothing was there. No person, no animal, just more prints. The ones from last night, and a new set going off into the woods. I didn't even bother packing. I grabbed my keys, the rifle, and my wallet and bolted to the truck. But the truck wouldn't start. I tried the key again. Nothing. No sound. The battery was fine 2 days ago. I checked under the hood. Nothing obvious. No disconnected cables. No signs of tampering. But I knew what this was. Someone had sabotaged it. Someone wanted me to stay. I stood there shaking for a long time, trying to think. I knew the nearest town was about 40 miles south. Too far to walk without gear. I couldn't risk it with someone out there. I had no phone signal, no radio, just what was in the cabin. I went back in and started checking everything: windows, crawl spaces, attic. I blocked the doors with furniture, nailed boards over the windows from the inside, and piled wood against the back entrance. I was going to have to hold out until I could figure something out. For 2 days, I didn't see or hear anything. It was like they vanished. I started to believe maybe they were gone, that maybe it was just a drifter passing through. I made a plan to try and fix the truck's wiring or find a way to hike out on foot with supplies. I had maps and a compass. I started preparing. Then, on the 6th night, something changed. Around midnight, I heard the door handle rattle, just once. Then silence. I didn't move. I kept the rifle up. Then a sound at the back window. A knock, but not with a hand. It sounded like metal. I didn't check. I just waited. Then I heard it. A voice. Not words. Just a sound. A low humming noise. It didn't make sense. It didn't even sound human. It was almost like someone trying to mimic a voice, but they didn't know how. Then silence again. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Eventually, I passed out from exhaustion. When I woke up, it was morning again, but the door was wide open. Not broken, just open. The wood I had stacked against it was moved aside. Inside, everything was I went up to the cabin because I needed a break from everything. I had been living in the city for years, stuck in a small apartment with thin walls and too much noise. I'm a freelance writer, mostly articles, small projects, and some failed attempts at a novel. I thought a week alone in the woods might help me get some actual work done. A friend of mine knew someone who owned a small cabin in the hills near the Canadian border. It was one of those one-story places, built maybe 30 or 40 years ago, nothing fancy. No Wi-Fi, no TV, just a wood stove, a bed, a kitchen, and a desk by the window. It sat about 2 miles off a gravel road, tucked behind a bunch of tall pines, with a small trail leading up to it. I packed light, mostly canned food, instant coffee, notebooks, my laptop, a battery pack, and some books. The weather was supposed to be clear, mid-40s during the day, dipping below freezing at night. It was late October. Most of the bugs were gone, and the leaves had mostly fallen. The owner had told me that the water pump still worked and that the place had been cleaned out a couple of months ago. The first day, the hike in was quiet. I parked my car in a little dirt lot near the forest edge and hiked up the trail with my backpack and a duffel. I didn't see a single person on the way in. The cabin looked even smaller than I imagined. The paint was peeling, the roof sagged a little, and the windows had those old-style shutters that were half hanging off. But inside, it was clean enough. There was a small wood stove, a bed with clean sheets, and a dusty but sturdy table by the window. That first night was peaceful. I read until I fell asleep. No traffic, no sirens, no shouting neighbors. Just the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional creak of the old wood. I spent the next day trying to write. I got a few pages in, then went out for a walk. I followed the trail past the cabin, deeper into the woods. I found a dry creek bed and an old rusted water tank on its side. Looked like it had been there for decades. I didn't think much of it. When I got back to the cabin, I chopped some firewood and made soup on the stove. I read more that night and tried to ignore how loud the wind had gotten. The third day was when things started to feel strange. I was outside, pulling some dead branches away from the back of the cabin, trying to make a clear spot for a fire pit. That's when I noticed something odd about the ground behind the cabin. There was a square patch of earth, maybe 5 feet across, where nothing grew. No moss, no leaves, just bare dirt. It didn't look freshly dug, but the rest of the forest floor was covered in pine needles and old branches. This patch was just empty, like it had been scraped clean. I stared at it for a while. It looked out of place. I knelt down and pushed at the soil. It wasn't hard-packed like the rest of the forest. It gave way pretty easy, soft and dry. I didn't have a shovel, but I grabbed a flat piece of bark and started scraping, just out of curiosity. After about a foot down, I hit something. It was wood, smooth like a board. I kept digging around it until I could see the edge. It looked like the top of a wooden box. I thought maybe it was an old toolbox or even a buried animal crate. I scraped more and more until the whole top was clear. There was a metal hinge on one side and a handle on the other. It looked handmade, old. I stopped. I didn't really know why. I just felt like I shouldn't open it. I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, staring at it. Then I covered it back up. Not all the way, just enough so it wasn't in plain view. I went back inside and tried to write, but I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about that box. Who would bury a wooden box behind a cabin like that? And why would they clear the ground so perfectly around it? The soil had looked dry, like it hadn't been touched in years, but still, it didn't feel right. That night, I kept waking up. I'd drift off for an hour, then wake up to some sound outside. I thought maybe it was a deer or a raccoon, but each time I listened, I didn't hear footsteps, just silence. Then a soft creaking, like an old board being stepped on slowly, but I was too tired to check. The next morning, I told myself I was being ridiculous. I was alone in the woods. It was normal to feel a little off. I made coffee and tried to shake it off. Around noon, I went back out to the patch. I uncovered the box again. This time I felt more confident. Maybe it was full of old tools. Maybe even money. Who knows? People hide things in the woods all the time. I wedged the flat bark under the lid and pried it up. Creaked open slowly. The inside was lined with cloth, dirty and rotting, but clearly placed there carefully. And sitting inside, wrapped in a filthy tarp, were tools. Not modern ones, old ones. A hacksaw, a hammer with a cracked wooden handle, a rusted pair of pliers, all stained, not just with rust. Dark, flaky stains that looked too thick to be just corrosion. And underneath those, there were bones. Not a lot, maybe a hand's worth. Finger bones, part of a wrist. I couldn't believe it at first. I picked one up and turned it in the light. It was small, human-sized, yellowed. I dropped it. I covered everything up, fast. My hands were shaking. I kicked dirt over the box, stomped it flat, and went inside. I locked the door even though I hadn't seen another person in 3 days. My stomach felt twisted. I couldn't stop thinking about what I had found. That box hadn't just been thrown there. It had been placed, wrapped, and buried with care. The tools were laid out like someone expected to use them again. I didn't know if I should call the police. I didn't have cell signal. And even if I hiked back down to my car, I didn't know how to explain it without sounding like I had messed with a crime scene. So I stayed. One more night. I told myself I'd leave in the morning. I pack up and get out. Let someone else deal with it. But that night was the worst. It was around midnight when I heard footsteps. Not just sounds. Real footsteps. Slow, steady, and getting closer. They circled the cabin. Once, twice, then silence. I didn't breathe. I sat on the edge of the bed with a knife in my hand. I didn't know who or what was out there. Then something hit the window. Not hard, just a light tap. Then another. Then scratching. I stayed frozen. I didn't look. I waited hours until light started to show through the trees. Then I moved. When I finally opened the door and stepped outside, there were no tracks. No sign of anything. Just the same dead leaves and wind. But the patch of ground behind the cabin, it was dug up again. The box was open, and the bones were gone. I didn't think. I grabbed my bag, stuffed my things inside, and ran. I didn't care that I left food and clothes. I didn't stop until I reached the car. I drove for 2 hours before I got signal and pulled over to call the police. I told them everything. They said they'd send someone to check. A few weeks later, I got a call back. The deputy told me they didn't find anything. No box, no bones, nothing buried behind the cabin. Just some disturbed soil. They thanked me for the tip and said the cabin had been empty for over a year. No one had been staying there, not even the owner. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard, and I never went back. Even now, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about that sound. The soft creak of someone walking across dry pine needles. The scratch at the window. The way that box had been sealed shut, like someone didn't want it to ever be opened again. I don't write much anymore. Every time I sit down to try, all I can see is that empty patch of ground behind the cabin and the empty space inside that box. Whatever had been buried there, it wasn't done. I drove up to the cabin late in the afternoon. It was the first week of November, and the leaves were mostly gone now, just dry patches of brown scattered across the driveway and the forest floor. I had rented the place for 5 days. The cabin sat on the edge of a small lake in upstate Minnesota, about 30 minutes from the nearest gas station. That's how I liked it. Quiet, away from the noise, away from people. I was burned out. I'd been working overtime for 3 straight months, barely sleeping, skipping meals, living off vending machine junk and coffee. My head hurt constantly. My eyes twitched. The inside of my mouth had canker sores. So I told my boss I was taking time off, and I booked the cabin online without even looking at many pictures. I just knew it was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods and water, and that was good enough for me. It was a plain, one-story wooden cabin, not very big, about the size of a double-wide trailer. 2 rooms, a main room with a wood stove, couch and kitchenette, and a small bedroom off to the side. There was a bathroom too, with just a shower stall and toilet. The windows were big and clear, and the back porch faced the lake. No internet, no cell signal, just an old FM radio that only picked up one station. That was fine. I wanted quiet. The first night, everything was normal. I unpacked my groceries and put them in the fridge: milk, bread, canned stuff, some cheese and eggs. I brought a cooler full of bottled water. I made some grilled cheese and tomato soup on the stovetop and sat outside on the porch with a blanket around me. It was cold, but not freezing yet. Just sharp enough to wake you up when the breeze touched your skin. Across the lake, on the other side of the water, I saw nothing but trees. No cabins, no lights, just woods. I sat for a long time, staring at the dark line of pines on the horizon, until the sun dropped below them and the lake turned black. Inside, I started a fire in the stove. I had never done that before, but the manual was there and the wood was stacked in the corner. The fire crackled nicely after a few tries. I lay down on the couch and pulled my sleeping bag over me. I didn't even bother with the bed that night. The fire was warm and the couch felt just good enough. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up. No reason, just one of those sudden wake-ups where your eyes snap open and you don't know why. The fire had died down. Just a few glowing pieces left. The cabin was quiet. I didn't hear anything, but I had that tight feeling in my chest, like when you think someone is watching you. I sat up and looked around. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I got up and looked out the front window. Nothing. Pitch black. Then I walked to the back window, the one that faced the lake. The porch was empty. Trees were swaying gently in the wind. I couldn't see the water in the dark, just the vague silver movement of it when the moonlight broke through the clouds. I stood there for a while, squinting out into the trees. Then I turned around and went back to the couch. I tossed a couple logs into the stove, got the fire going again, and fell back asleep. The next day was quiet. I spent the morning walking around the edge of the lake. The forest was dense, mostly pine with a few birches scattered in between. Dead leaves everywhere. A few squirrels, a woodpecker, nothing else. I saw no trails, no signs of other cabins or people. Just trees and water and silence. Felt good, peaceful. That night, I cooked some pasta and read a book by the stove. It was dark early. Sunset hit around 5 p.m. By 7 o'clock, it felt like midnight. I went to the bedroom that time, wanting to try the bed out. It was hard and lumpy, but not terrible. I left the door cracked open so I could see the glow from the fire. I woke up again at 2:13 a.m. I remember because I checked my watch. That same strange, alert feeling pulled me out of sleep like someone had shaken me. I didn't hear anything, but I had that same tightness in my chest, like something was wrong. I got up and walked back to the main room. The fire had died down again. I threw a couple logs in and got it going. Then I walked to the front window. It faced the driveway and the road leading up to the cabin, though the road was really just a dirt path. There was nothing there. I went to the back window. It was large and clear and looked straight out onto the porch and the lake beyond. My heart jumped when I saw something move. At first, I thought it was a reflection. But no, there was a figure, someone, standing on the edge of the porch. Not on the porch itself, but just off it. I couldn't make out their face or even their clothes clearly. Just the shape. They were standing still. Too still. I froze. My brain didn't know what to do. I just stood there, staring, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a tree stump. Maybe I was imagining it. But no, it was a person. I blinked. They didn't move. My throat felt dry. My stomach dropped like I just stepped off a cliff. I backed away from the window slowly. I didn't turn on any lights. I went to the side window and looked from there. The figure was gone. The porch was empty again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the chair near the stove, blanket around me, a kitchen knife in my hand. I kept looking at the windows, at the door. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything else. But I didn't sleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I checked the porch. There were no footprints. The ground was mostly dry leaves and pine needles. Nothing clear. But that didn't mean much. I kept telling myself maybe it was just a shadow. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe my brain was just fried from all the stress I'd been under. Still, I didn't feel right. I didn't feel safe. I thought about leaving, but part of me didn't want to admit I was scared. I had booked this place for 5 days, and it had taken a lot just to get away. I didn't want to run off because of a shadow. I spent the whole day on edge. Every sound made me jump. A squirrel rustling leaves sounded like footsteps. A branch falling made my heart stop. I kept checking the windows, over and over. That night, I locked every door and window. I blocked the front door with the couch. I left the fire low but burning. I lay in the bed with my shoes on and the knife under my pillow. I didn't sleep. Not really. I just closed my eyes and opened them every few minutes. At 3:27 a.m., I heard something. It was faint but real. A soft knock. Not on the front door. On the back window. The big one facing the lake. 3 slow taps. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling. Then it happened again. 3 soft taps. I sat up slowly and walked out of the bedroom, staying low, keeping to the shadows. I moved to the edge of the wall where I could just barely see the window. He was there, standing right up against the glass. I say he because I could see more now. A man, average height, short dark hair, pale skin. He was wearing a jacket, jeans. His eyes were open wide. He didn't blink. He wasn't trying to break in. He wasn't yelling or banging. He just stood there, looking inside. I dropped to the floor and crawled back to the bedroom. My heart was slamming in my chest. I was soaked in sweat. I stayed on the floor, clutching the knife, shaking. Eventually, the taps stopped. I didn't hear anything else, but I didn't dare move. I stayed there, frozen, until morning light started to bleed through the window. When the sun was fully up, I stepped outside. The man was gone. No sign of him, nothing left behind. But now I was done pretending. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed all my things into it, didn't even bother with most of the food. I got in my car and drove. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station with cell service. I reported it to the police. They asked me a lot of questions, wrote things down. They sent someone to the cabin, but found nothing. No prints, no broken glass, no sign of anyone. They told me maybe it was a hunter or a drunk or someone who got lost. I know what I saw. I know how still he stood, how his eyes didn't move, how he didn't try to get in, didn't say anything, didn't do anything except stand there, tapping on the glass like he had all the time in the world. It's been 6 months now. I haven't gone back to any cabins since. I can't sleep near windows. I covered everyone in my apartment. I checked the locks 5 times before bed. Nothing's happened since. No strange knocks. No faces in the dark. But sometimes I dream about that window, that pale face, those wide, watching eyes. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I think I hear tapping. 3 slow taps, then silence. I had been planning the trip for weeks before I actually got in my truck and drove up there. It wasn't anything big, just a cabin in the middle of the woods. I'd rented it from an old coworker's cousin who didn't use it much. I wanted quiet. No people, no noise, no internet. I'd been working straight for 6 months without a real break, and it was getting to me. I thought I'd go out for maybe 5 or 6 days, maybe more if it felt right. The cabin was about 30 miles from the nearest real town. Once I got off the main highway, it was gravel and dirt for a good 20 minutes before I hit the trail that led up into the trees. The last stretch was narrow, one of those paths where the branches reach in and scrape the sides of your truck, and where you have to drive slow or risk busting something on the undercarriage. It was peaceful at first. Lots of green, lots of trees. That kind of untouched land that just smells clean. The cabin was about what I expected. Wood frame, metal roof, small porch. A single bedroom, a little kitchen area with a gas stove, and a bathroom that had a compost toilet and a small solar water heater. There was a creek a few yards off to the right, and a shed about 10 feet from the back of the cabin. Nothing fancy, just enough. I unloaded everything, made sure the cooler was set up with ice, and I put my dry food in the cupboard. I brought my rifle too, not for hunting, just for peace of mind. The guy I rented the cabin from told me bears came around sometimes. I never saw any the whole trip, but I wasn't going to take chances. I kept the rifle loaded and by the door. There was a lock on the inside too, nothing serious, but it worked. The first day and night were normal. I walked around a bit, took some photos, sat on the porch and read. I wasn't used to that kind of quiet anymore. I live in a city where you hear traffic even at 3 in the morning, and here the only sound was the wind moving through the trees and the creek down below. When the sun went down, it got dark fast. I lit a few candles, then shut them off and just laid on the small cot in the bedroom. It was the second evening when I first noticed something that felt off. I was standing on the porch around 6, just watching the trees across from the clearing in front of the cabin. And something very small caught my eye. At first, I couldn't even tell what it was, but there was movement, not fast, just the kind of slow shifting where you think it might be an animal. I stared longer and realized it was a man. He was standing half behind a tree on the other side of the clearing, almost blending in. He wasn't moving much, just enough for me to notice. He had on what looked like a dark jacket or hoodie, and his face was partly hidden by the way the sun was coming through the trees. I didn't move at first. I thought maybe it was just some hiker or hunter, someone out late and heading back. But he didn't move away. He just stood there. I raised my hand, waved once. Nothing. He didn't wave back, didn't turn, didn't step out. He just kept standing behind that tree like he was trying to stay hidden but wanted to watch. I stood there longer than I should have. I didn't want to come off as jumpy, but when I turned around and went inside, I locked the door and didn't go back out. I checked the windows and made sure the curtains were down. I even sat by the window with my rifle in my lap for about an hour, listening. I didn't see him again that night, but I barely slept. The next morning, I went outside first thing, looked over at the spot where I'd seen him. There was nothing there. I walked across the clearing, checked around the trees, looked for footprints. The ground was dry though, just dirt and pine needles. Nothing that held any shape. There were no obvious signs anyone had been standing there. I told myself maybe it was just someone passing through. Maybe they stopped to rest or got curious seeing the cabin. I wanted that to be the truth, so I went on with my day. I made breakfast, read some more, walked down along the creek. But the whole day, I kept glancing back toward those trees. Later that afternoon, I went to the shed to grab more firewood. The shed wasn't locked, just a little latch. I hadn't opened it since I got there. When I pulled the door open, I saw the stack of firewood along one wall, a few tools, some old buckets, and a single blue tarp that had something under it. I didn't remember being told about anything under a tarp. I lifted the corner and saw 2 used sleeping bags, both rolled up. They looked dirty, like they'd been used recently and stuffed in a rush. That bothered me. I put the tarp back down and walked around the shed. Nothing unusual, no signs someone was living in there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that somebody had been using that shed before I came. I thought about leaving then, but the sun was already low. I figured I'd stay one more night and then head out early the next morning. That night, I didn't light any candles. I sat in the dark near the front window watching. Around midnight, I saw movement again. This time, it wasn't across the clearing. It was closer. Someone walked right along the tree line near the shed. Just a shadow between the trees, slow steps, like they were waiting for me to go to sleep. I stayed up the whole night with the rifle in my lap. I didn't move, barely blinked. The shape disappeared after a while, and I didn't hear anything. But I didn't sleep. When the sky started to turn gray, I grabbed my bag and shoved everything I could into it. I left the cold food in the cooler, didn't bother with dishes. I just wanted to leave. I locked the cabin behind me, not that it mattered. I got in the truck and turned it on. The tires cracked over the gravel as I backed up and started down the path. I didn't make it far. Less than a quarter mile from the cabin, I saw something strange in the road. At first, I thought it was a fallen branch. But when I got closer, I saw it was a chain. A thick metal chain stretched across the road and hooked around 2 trees on either side. It hadn't been there when I arrived. I stopped the truck and got out slowly. The chain had a padlock on one end, clamped shut. It didn't belong to the cabin owner. He never mentioned anything like that. I checked my phone. No signal like before. That's when I heard the sound of footsteps on the trail behind me. Slow, careful. Then they stopped. I didn't turn around right away. I just stood there listening. Whoever it was had stopped maybe 20 feet back. I turned around and didn't see anything at first. Then I noticed him. Same man from before, I was sure of it. Dark jacket, hood up, standing halfway behind a tree again. This time closer. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to. My mouth was dry and my hands were shaking. I climbed back into the truck fast, locked the doors. I could still see the man in the rearview mirror. He hadn't moved. I reversed. The chain in front of me was too thick to drive over without damaging the truck. I looked at the trees around it. I couldn't cut it, couldn't go around it. But I remembered a small fork in the road not far back. It was rough, but I thought I might be able to take it and get out. I turned the truck around and took the narrow path. It was tight. Branches scraped the sides, and a few times I thought I'd get stuck. But I made it through. It circled around and connected to the main road again, maybe a mile further down. When I hit the main road, I drove without stopping. I kept checking the rear view, half expecting another chain or worse. I didn't stop until I hit the first gas station back in town. I called the police once I got signal. I told them what happened. They said they'd send someone out to check. Later, I got a call saying they found signs someone had been squatting in the woods near the cabin. Tents, fire pits, and a few personal items. No one was there when they showed up, but the sleeping bags were gone from the shed by the time they arrived. I never went back for the rest of my stuff. I never even asked for my deposit back. Weeks went by before I could sleep right again. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that man standing behind the tree, always watching, never speaking, just waiting. It still bothers me sometimes. Not just that someone was out there, but that he knew I was alone, knew how far I was from help. He watched me, maybe more than once, maybe more than I ever realized. That part I'll never really know. But I learned something on that trip. Not all threats need to shout or chase you through the woods. Some just stand still. Some just wait. And sometimes that's worse. It was early November when I decided to go to the cabin. It was one of those last-minute decisions that didn't come from deep thought or planning. I had been dealing with too much noise in the city, too many people around me all the time, and a growing pressure that I couldn't really explain. I didn't want to go on some vacation to a hotel or fly somewhere warm like most people did around that time of year. I just wanted silence. Quiet I could sit in for a few days and hear nothing but wind and the occasional rustling of animals. I had access to this small cabin in northern Idaho. It wasn't mine. It belonged to my friend's grandfather who had passed away a few years ago. No one really used it anymore. It was about 3 miles off a gravel road that wasn't maintained in the winter, and the only way to get there after a certain point was by hiking or using an ATV. Luckily, I had a friend with a trailer who let me borrow his old ATV for the week. The plan was simple. Bring enough food for 5 days, bring enough gas for the generator, and spend a few days just relaxing in the cold, drinking coffee, eating canned stew, and not thinking about anything. The cabin was old but solid. It had one main room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, a table, a creaky wooden bed with a thin mattress, and one small bathroom with a compost toilet. No running water, no cell service, no internet, just a roof, some walls, and the kind of silence I'd been craving. I arrived at the cabin around 4 p.m. the first day. The sky was already turning orange. I parked the ATV under a large pine tree near the front steps and unloaded my gear slowly. There was no rush. I brought in the 2 heavy duffel bags, a plastic container with food, and 2 5-gallon gas cans for the generator. The generator sat in a wooden box outside with a locked lid to keep animals out. Inside, everything smelled like dust, pine wood, and old smoke. The last time anyone had stayed there was probably over a year ago, but there weren't any signs of mice or damage. Just the kind of dust you expect from a place no one cleans regularly. I opened all the small windows for a bit to let some fresh air inside, started a small fire in the stove using dry wood from the bin, and unpacked the basics. My flashlight, my hunting knife, a small hatchet, and my first aid kit all went on the table next to the bed. Even though I didn't plan to use the knife or hatchet, I always liked to keep things within reach when I was alone in the woods. I heated up some chili that night and sat by the stove, watching the shadows on the walls dance around as the fire popped and hissed. I was fully alone out there, and I could feel it. It wasn't the kind of loneliness that makes you sad. It was more like being weightless. No phone buzzing, no sirens in the distance, no emails to answer, just the crackling of fire and the wind outside brushing against the wood siding. That first night I slept well. The bed was uncomfortable, but I was so tired from the drive and the hike that I barely noticed. I woke up once at around 2 a.m. because I heard what sounded like a thud outside, but I didn't think much of it. Could have been a branch falling or maybe an animal bumping into something. I checked the stove, added a few more pieces of wood, and went back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up around 7:30. It was cold, but not unbearable. I made coffee using water I had brought in a jug, poured it into a steel mug, and stepped outside. The whole area was surrounded by tall pines, the kind that blocked out most of the wind. The sun was up, but the light was dim through the trees. There were no birds chirping, which was a little strange. Usually you'd hear them early, but maybe it was just too cold. That day I spent a few hours walking around the area. I didn't go too far, just explored the area around the cabin, looked for animal tracks, and collected some dry kindling for the fire. I also checked the small shed behind the cabin to make sure nothing had gotten in. Everything was fine. There were some old rusted tools hanging on the walls, a few glass jars with nails and bolts, and a stack of unused firewood. Nothing looked out of place. But around noon, I started hearing gunshots in the distance. They were faint but sharp. Not the kind of bangs you hear from someone target shooting. These were single shots spaced apart by minutes, and they were coming from the west, deeper into the forest. I didn't think much of it at first. It was hunting season, probably someone tracking deer or elk. Still, something about it made me uneasy. I stayed close to the cabin the rest of the day. I read for a while, chopped a bit of wood, and listened to the radio for weather updates. Nothing major was coming, just colder temperatures by the weekend. The sun set around 5:15. I had stew again for dinner and went to bed early. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I kept hearing noises. Some sounded like movement outside. Some sounded like heavy footsteps crunching through the pine needles. But every time I sat up and looked through the window, I couldn't see anything. I told myself it was deer or maybe a black bear wandering nearby. At around 3 a.m., I heard the ATV alarm chirp. That was different. The ATV had a cheap wireless alarm system on it that beeped when someone tried to move it or bump into it hard enough. I sat up straight in bed, holding my breath. I didn't move for at least a full minute. I stared at the ceiling, listening. I heard nothing after that. I got up slowly, picked up the flashlight, and peered through the edge of the window. I could just barely see the ATV through the trees. It looked untouched, but the shadows were thick and I couldn't be sure. I didn't go outside. I just watched for a while, then went back to bed with my knife tucked into my sleeping bag. The next morning, I walked out to check the ATV. Everything looked the same, no tracks around it, no scratches. Maybe a tree limb fell and shook the ground just right. Maybe it was faulty. I told myself that. I didn't really believe it, but it was easier than the other options. That day, I stayed even closer to the cabin. I didn't explore. I didn't read. I kept walking outside, checking behind trees, listening for movement. Something about the woods didn't feel right anymore. It was quiet in a bad way. No wind, no birds, no small animals rustling in the brush. Around 4 p.m., I was gathering wood from the shed when I noticed something strange in the distance through the trees. About 60 or 70 yards away, there was a small pile of branches that hadn't been there before. Not naturally, at least. They looked arranged, stacked in a sort of lean-to shape, too organized to be random. I left the wood and stepped a little closer, staying quiet, not stepping on anything too loud. When I got within 30 yards of the pile, I saw something that made my stomach twist. There was an old boot sitting under the edge of the sticks. Just one. Torn, faded, and half buried in leaves. I backed away slowly and returned to the cabin. I didn't touch it. I didn't even want to look longer than I had to. I had this cold, dull pressure in my chest that I couldn't shake for the rest of the night. That evening, I turned off all the lights early. I didn't cook. I didn't even start the generator. I sat inside the cabin with the fire going low and listened. Around midnight, I heard movement again. Closer this time. Definitely footsteps. They crunched leaves and snapped a small twig. I sat in total silence, holding my breath, gripping the knife so tight my hand started cramping. The footsteps stopped after a few minutes. Then I heard something I'll never forget. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the outside wall of the cabin. Not the door, the wall. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I sat on the floor next to the bed, waiting, listening to the fire crackle in the stove. The knocks didn't come again. After about 20 minutes of total silence, I finally moved. I picked up the flashlight and turned it on, pointing it toward the window. Nothing. That night, I didn't sleep at all. When daylight came, I made my decision. I packed everything. I didn't eat. I didn't even drink coffee. I poured out the rest of the water jug, threw my gear into the duffels, and loaded the ATV. The sun was barely up when I turned the key and drove away from the cabin, following the trail as fast as I could. About halfway down the trail, I saw something that made me nearly slam on the brakes. A single empty shotgun shell sitting in the center of the trail. Not spent recently, faded, cracked, but definitely not there on my way in. I didn't stop to inspect it. I kept going. I reached the gravel road by 9 a.m. and didn't look back. When I got home, I didn't talk about it. I didn't tell my friend. I didn't report anything. I didn't even unpack for a few days. I just sat in my apartment, staring at the wall, thinking about those knocks on the cabin wall. It's been months now, and I still hear them in my head. 3 knocks. Slow, measured, close. I don't think whoever or whatever it was wanted to hurt me. I think they just wanted me to know they were there, and I got the message. I've never gone back to the woods since. It was a rental, nothing fancy. I found it online through a local ad. The guy who owned it was some retired vet who had moved to the city and wanted to rent out his old hunting cabin in the woods to earn some cash on the side. I didn't meet him in person. Everything was handled through messages and email. He left the keys in a tin box under a rock behind the chimney. Told me the power sometimes cuts out, but there's a wood stove and backup gas lamp in the storage room. Told me to enjoy the peace and quiet. That was the only thing I really wanted. Peace and quiet. I had been working 2 jobs for almost 6 months straight. Barely sleeping, living off energy drinks, and getting maybe 1 or 2 real meals a day. I wasn't trying to run away from anyone. I didn't go through some heartbreak. I wasn't running from trauma or anything poetic like that. I just needed quiet. No phones, no people, no cars, no lights, no small talk, just trees and silence. The cabin was about an hour and a half out from the last town, then another 20 minutes down a dirt road that was full of potholes and roots. It had been raining before I got there, and the trail looked like no one had driven down it in weeks. The bushes scratched the sides of my car as I rolled in. I had to move a down branch just to finish the last 50 yards. The place was small, dark wood, 1 story, maybe 30 feet long and 15 feet wide. A short porch, metal roof with some rust. A few steps led up to the door, and the whole thing sat on concrete blocks that lifted it about 2 feet off the ground. There were 3 little windows, 2 in the front and 1 on the left side. The rest was wall. Inside it was bare bones. 1 room with a fold-out cot, an old wooden table with 2 chairs, and a stone fireplace that was black with soot. There was a bathroom with a toilet that flushed if the well pump was working. The kitchen area had a gas stove, a sink, and a few shelves full of old pots, dried food, and some plastic bowls. No fridge, no microwave, no TV. I didn't mind. That was exactly what I came for. The first night, I lit a small fire in the stove and boiled water for some rice and beans. I set up my cot, pulled out a book, and tried to settle in. It was quiet, too quiet, the kind of quiet that made my ears ring. My brain was still buzzing from city noise, and it felt weird not hearing sirens or neighbors yelling or cars outside. Every little creak or wind gust outside made me freeze for a second. I told myself that was normal. First night in a new place always feels strange. I double-checked the locks on the door. The front door had a deadbolt and a sliding chain. There were no other doors. I slept rough that night. My body was tired, but my brain wouldn't let go. I kept waking up thinking I heard something outside. Branches cracking, leaves crunching, that sort of thing. Each time I sat up and listened, but it faded. Probably deer, maybe raccoons. I didn't even have trash out. Still, I kept the flashlight close by. The next morning, I felt stupid for being so jumpy. The woods looked calm, soft morning light shining through mist between the trees. I made oatmeal, walked around the perimeter of the cabin, looked under the porch. Everything looked fine. The ground was wet from last night's rain. No fresh prints that I could see. No signs anyone had been around. That calmed me down. Day 2 was better. I explored the woods a bit. There was an old logging path that led down to a dry creek bed about 10 minutes away. I walked around, gathered dry wood, and marked the trail with stacked stones so I wouldn't get lost. I came back, cooked some lentils, and read for hours. By nightfall, I was starting to relax. The next few days were uneventful. I'd wake up around 7, walk, write in a small notebook, then cook and rest. It started to feel peaceful. I wasn't checking my phone. I didn't even turn it on. I left it in my backpack. I was finally starting to feel the quiet settle into me like warm water. Then, on the 5th morning, I noticed something strange. It was a small thing, something I could have ignored, but it kept coming back to me all day. I had left a half-eaten granola bar on the kitchen shelf before going to bed. I was sure of it. I remember thinking I'd eat the rest later. But when I got up, it wasn't there. Not on the shelf. Not in the trash. Not anywhere. At first, I thought maybe I ate it and forgot. Then I thought maybe I tossed it. But the trash hadn't been touched. The wrapper wasn't in there. I searched all around. It was just gone. I let it go. Told myself I probably forgot what I did with it. But later that same day, I found the gas lamp was lit when I came back from a short walk to the creek. I hadn't turned it on. It was burning low on the table. I stood there looking at it, trying to remember if maybe I had bumped the switch. But the thing was old. It needed a match to light. I definitely didn't light it before I left. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept listening for footsteps. I kept watching the shadows on the walls. I felt like someone had been in the cabin while I was out. But there was no sign of forced entry. Nothing was broken. The door was locked when I got back. The windows were still shut. I checked under the bed, in the bathroom, even under the cabin with a flashlight. Nothing. I forced myself to sleep, but I kept jerking awake at the smallest sounds. The sixth morning was cold. I made tea and sat outside on the porch to try and clear my head. The trees swayed gently. Birds chirped. A squirrel ran across the ground and vanished into the brush. Then I saw it. Under the back edge of the cabin, where the floor beams rested on concrete blocks, something was off. The lattice that blocked the underside was bent, only slightly. It looked like it had been pulled back, just enough for something to squeeze under. I went over and knelt down. The leaves were flattened there. The dirt was disturbed, and tucked under the edge of the floor was something small and shiny. It was my granola bar wrapper, crumpled, dirty, stuffed under the edge like someone had tried to hide it. I backed away slowly. I felt cold all over. My hands were shaking a little. I scanned the woods behind the cabin. Nothing moved. I walked the whole perimeter again, looked at every window, every wall. I looked under the porch with my flashlight. Just beams and dirt and cobwebs. But now I was sure. Someone had been inside that cabin. That changed everything. I packed a small day bag with water, food, and a knife I found in the kitchen drawer. I didn't want to leave yet. I had 2 more nights, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. I left the cabin during the day and hiked to the creek, then kept going along the tree line, scanning for any sign of a person, a camp, anything. I found nothing. When I came back in the late afternoon, I was alert. I made noise as I walked up, stomped on the porch, swung the door open fast. Everything looked the same. I checked all the drawers. I checked the gas lamp. I checked the cot. No one. No new signs. Still, I couldn't relax. I barely slept that night. I had that feeling you get when you're being watched. My skin prickled. My eyes kept going to the door, the windows, the shadows in the corners of the room. I didn't even bother turning the light off. I stayed awake, clutching the knife, and waited for morning. The 7th day was supposed to be my last full day there. I planned to leave early the next morning. I told myself to just get through the last 24 hours and then I'd be gone. But that day was different. I noticed more signs. Inside the kitchen cupboard, I found 2 cans of beans that I hadn't bought. I only brought one. These weren't mine. The labels were dusty, but they looked newer than the other stuff in the cabin. I checked my pack. Nothing was missing, but I found it slightly unzipped. Then, late in the afternoon, I found a footprint near the back of the cabin. It was in a soft patch of dirt. Not mine. It was smaller than my boot, bare, and deep enough to be fresh. That was the final straw. I packed everything. I started loading my car. I went back for one last bag inside. As I stepped into the doorway, I felt something shift in the air. The kind of feeling when someone just left a room. Warm, quiet, but heavy, like the space had just been disturbed. I dropped the bag, walked straight to the storage closet, and yanked the door open. Empty. Then I opened the trapdoor in the floor of the closet. I hadn't noticed it before. It was hidden behind a crate. It led to the crawl space. I got on my knees, turned on the flashlight, and looked inside. There were blankets down there, and empty food wrappers, and a small, beat-up backpack. Someone had been living under the cabin. I pulled back and slammed the trapdoor shut. My heart was racing. My hands were slick. I grabbed my bags and got in the car. As I was reversing down the trail, I saw movement in the side mirror. Someone was crawling out from under the cabin. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I drove faster than I should have, scraping the car against trees, bouncing over roots. I got to the main road and didn't let off the gas until I hit pavement. I didn't call anyone. I didn't report it. I just went home. That was 2 years ago. I took a trip to the cabin in the middle of October. It was the kind of trip I always dreamed of taking. Quiet, isolated, no calls, no work emails, no people. I found the cabin on a classified listing site, just a basic posting from a man who claimed it belonged to his uncle, who had passed away. The photos showed a simple one-story wooden cabin surrounded by pine trees, way up in the northern part of the state near the Canadian border. It looked cold in the photos, even though they were taken in spring. The place had no internet, no cell service, no neighbors. That was the whole point. The man didn't ask too many questions. He said it was rented out to hunters now and then, or people like me who just wanted to disconnect for a while. The price was cheap, almost too cheap, but I had no reason to be suspicious at the time. I was tired. I needed the break. I left early in the morning. I packed my SUV with the essentials: food for a week, backup gasoline in metal cans, a generator, 2 big power banks, lanterns, an axe, a small chainsaw, 2 big canteens of water, dry goods, blankets, a shotgun, and a whole box of shells just in case. I also brought some firewood, but I figured I'd gather more when I got there. I had checked the weather and it said it might snow lightly but nothing serious. My plan was to stay 6 full days and leave on the 7th. The last stretch of the drive took me nearly 2 hours down a dirt road. No signs, no people, just long stretches of trees. The leaves had mostly fallen. The air smelled like rotting bark, cold moss, and damp earth. The road was rutted with tire grooves that looked old, and in a few places I felt like my SUV might bottom out. I didn't see another car for the whole drive in. A few times I thought I'd made a wrong turn, but I kept going, and eventually the cabin showed up through the trees. It looked older in person. The boards were grayed and weather-beaten. The roof had a patch of moss growing on one side. The front steps were slightly warped, and the porch had one corner that sagged lower than the rest. But it was solid. When I opened the door, it smelled like dust, dry wood, and faintly like an old campfire. Inside, there was a small wood stove in the corner with a rusted metal chimney pipe leading through the roof, a small kitchenette with a 2-burner propane stove, a wooden table, 2 chairs, and a single bed on the far wall with a wool blanket folded at the foot. No running water, but there was a water pump about 20 yards out back, and I could boil water if needed. The windows had old screens and warped glass, but they closed tight. I unpacked slowly. I stacked the firewood near the stove and stored the rest of it outside under a tarp. I filled a few glass lanterns with fuel and tested each one. I set up the generator, though I didn't plan to use it much, just to charge my power banks. I put the shotgun on 2 nails above the doorway, loaded but with the chamber empty. I didn't expect to need it. Maybe a black bear or something, but probably not even that. That first night was peaceful. The woods were dead silent, with only the occasional creak of the trees or the cry of a distant bird. I made a small meal, canned soup and some crackers, and sat in the only chair by the stove, watching the flames curl around the dry logs. The heat felt good. I didn't even use my phone. I just sat there for hours doing nothing. But around midnight, something changed. I had been sleeping lightly, with the fire still burning low in the stove. I woke up to a sharp sound outside, like a stick breaking, but quick, heavy. It wasn't the wind. It had weight behind it. I sat up slowly and listened. Nothing. I laid back down, but a few minutes later, I heard it again. This time it was farther off, like someone stepping hard on a dry branch. It echoed faintly in the cold air. I got up, walked to the window and looked out. Total darkness. The trees swayed slightly in the night breeze. No light, no movement. I figured it was probably a deer, or maybe a raccoon, maybe even a tree limb breaking from the cold. I forced myself to stop thinking about it and went back to sleep. The next day, I went walking. I had my heavy boots on and a thick coat. It was around 38 degrees out and windy. I checked out the area behind the cabin first, where the water pump was. It took several hard pumps to get the water going, and when it did, it came out cloudy at first, then clear. I filled up a few jugs and left them near the cabin entrance. Then I went deeper into the woods, maybe 50 yards or so. There were no trails, just thick trees, mossy patches, and dead leaves. The ground was soft and a bit muddy. After walking a while, I found something strange. It was a trail cam, just one strapped to a tree about shoulder height. It looked old. The plastic was cracked and weathered from sun and rain. It had no lights or blinking parts. I tried to open the case, but it was screwed shut. There were no markings, no brand, nothing. Just this old camera pointed toward a narrow patch of trees. No trail, no feeder or bait station, just nothing. I stood there a while looking around. I saw no signs of people, no footprints, no tire marks, no cleared paths. I didn't touch the camera anymore after that. I just left it and went back to the cabin. That night it snowed lightly. A thin sheet dusted the roof and the ground outside. The trees looked like skeletons in the soft light of morning. I made coffee with boiled water and sat on the porch watching it all. It felt like I was the only person left in the world. But then I noticed something. There were tracks in the snow, not animal tracks. Boot prints. They came from the east side of the cabin, walked around the back, and then disappeared into the woods. I hadn't gone that way. My prints were only on the western side from where I had gathered wood. The boot prints were deep, maybe size 10 or 11. The heel was slightly worn, and there was a drag mark in one of the steps, like someone had twisted their foot slightly as they moved. I followed them slowly, shotgun in hand. The prints led about 60 yards into the trees and then just stopped. No turn, no gap in the snow, no sign of where the person had gone. It was like they had vanished mid-step. I checked all around the area, but there was nothing, not even broken branches, just empty white forest. I walked back slower, watching all sides of me. I kept the shotgun down but ready. When I got back to the cabin, I checked the door. Still locked. No signs of forced entry. Nothing missing. That evening, I didn't light a fire. I just sat in the dark, waiting. I watched out the window with a blanket over my shoulders, shivering slightly from the cold. Around 2 a.m., I heard the sound again. A heavy footstep, then another. This time it was closer. I held my breath. The footsteps circled slowly around the cabin. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. I didn't move. I just sat there, clutching the shotgun and staring at the floor. The steps stopped near the back door. I waited. Then, after a few minutes, silence. Nothing for the rest of the night. The next morning, the snow showed the same thing, prints. But they only went halfway around the cabin and then stopped near the same trees as before. No new exit trail. No return prints. I couldn't explain it. I checked the trail cam again. Still there, still dead. I took a photo of it with my phone and marked the spot on a GPS tracker I had brought, but I knew it wouldn't help without service. That afternoon, I started to hear faint metallic sounds in the woods. At first, I thought it was wind pushing against a loose piece of metal, but it came in short, regular intervals, like the clinking of chains or metal tapping metal. I couldn't pinpoint where it came from, but it always seemed to come from deeper in the trees. That night, I slept with the shotgun in my hands. I barely slept. I kept waking up every 30 minutes to listen. Nothing happened until the fifth night. That night, everything changed. Around midnight, I heard the sound of something dragging on the ground outside. Not a footstep, more like a long scraping noise. It started on the eastern side, moved slowly around the front, then stopped near the water pump. I stood up slowly and moved to the window. I didn't lift the curtain. I didn't want whoever or whatever it was to know I was watching. I heard a thud, then another, like someone dropped something heavy onto the wooden steps. I aimed the shotgun at the door and waited. Then silence again. No retreating footsteps this time. No crunch in the snow. Just dead silence. When morning came, I finally opened the door. There was a long piece of metal lying on the steps. It looked like a piece of an old farm tool. Rusted, jagged, bent. It wasn't there before. I never saw it around the property. It had fresh mud on it and what looked like scratches, deep ones, the kind that don't come from wear and tear. That was the last straw. I packed up everything, loaded it into the SUV as fast as I could, and got ready to leave. I didn't care about my schedule. I didn't care about losing the last 2 days. I needed to leave, but the car wouldn't start. The ignition clicked. The lights came on, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I tried again and again, and nothing. I popped the hood and checked the battery cables. Fine. I checked the fuel line, intact. There was no reason it shouldn't start. I was stuck. The nearest gas station was almost 15 miles away. It was the middle of October when I decided to head up north to the old cabin my uncle had left me after he passed. I hadn't been up there in over 3 years, mostly because I didn't have the time. Life in the city had been keeping me too busy. But that month, I just wanted a break from all the noise, the traffic, the phone calls, the blinking lights, and the screens. I wanted to be around trees and silence. No people, just me and a fire and a stack of books. The cabin was located deep in the woods of northern Minnesota, close to the edge of the state forest, down a gravel road that went on for miles without any signs or lights. The closest gas station was about 30 minutes away, and even that felt like a stretch. There was no cell reception up there, not even one bar. It had always been that way, even years ago. I packed up my truck with supplies, a few large jugs of water, cans of food, bread, peanut butter, crackers, instant coffee, firewood, a small camping stove, flashlight batteries, a first aid kit, and some other basics. I also took my dad's old hunting rifle, mostly for peace of mind. I didn't plan on using it, but I didn't want to be completely unarmed either, not that far out. There were bears, cougars, wolves, and God knew what else. I had seen tracks before up there years ago, but never had a close call. I left the city around 9 in the morning and reached the cabin just after 4. The last hour of the drive had been slow. A long, winding gravel road covered in orange and yellow leaves. The wind had been kicking them up into small little whirlwinds behind my tires. The air was cold but not freezing. Just that sharp autumn bite that makes you breathe a little deeper. When I pulled into the clearing and saw the cabin again, it felt strange. It looked exactly how I remembered. Small, square, dark brown, with a slanted metal roof and a small chimney poking out from one side. The windows were all shuttered, and the front door looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The leaves around the base of the porch were knee-high, and some of the steps had green moss growing along the edges. I sat in my truck for a minute just looking at it. I don't know why. Maybe I was remembering being there as a kid, helping my uncle chop firewood or catching frogs in the creek nearby. Or maybe I just felt something weird. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But after a minute I got out, stretched, and started unloading my stuff. The key was still hidden under the loose stone by the porch. It took a bit of wiggling, but the door opened, creaking just like I remembered. The inside smelled like old wood and dust, mixed with that earthy smell cabins get when they've been closed up for too long. I spent the next couple of hours unpacking, sweeping out the corners, checking the stove, getting the fireplace ready, and lighting a few candles. I didn't want to turn on the generator unless I had to. I liked the quiet. That night was uneventful. I made a simple dinner, canned chili on the camping stove, some crackers, and a hot mug of instant coffee. I sat by the fire, reading a book I brought, wrapped in 2 layers of flannel and a wool blanket. The wind outside picked up, and I could hear it scratching through the trees like fingers. But I didn't mind. That was what I came for, real quiet, real dark, and the sound of wind instead of sirens and horns. I slept deeply that night. I didn't even wake up once. But when I went outside in the morning to take a piss behind the cabin, I noticed something strange in the dirt. There were tracks. Not animal tracks, but human ones. Barefoot. They weren't big. Probably around size 10 or 11 from the look of them. But what made it worse was how fresh they were. The rain from the night before had softened the ground, and these tracks had been made after that. They weren't there when I arrived. I was sure of it. I stood over them for a long time, staring. They started a few feet away from the back door and disappeared into the woods. The toes had dug in deep, like whoever it was had been moving quickly. Running maybe. The weirdest part was how close they got to the cabin. I don't know how I hadn't heard anything. I looked around the trees for a while but didn't see anything. Nothing moved. I thought maybe it was some messed up prank or maybe a drifter. People get lost in those woods sometimes. But why barefoot? And why come right up to the cabin and then leave? I checked the door and windows. Everything was still locked. I walked around the whole cabin, checking for signs of someone hanging around, but I didn't see anything. No trash, no disturbed brush, no sign of a camp nearby. Eventually, I convinced myself it had just been someone passing through. Maybe someone high or not in their right mind. Either way, they were gone now. I tried to shake it off, but I kept thinking about those tracks all day. Every time I looked out the window, I found myself scanning the trees. That afternoon, I decided to chop some firewood to take my mind off it. It helped a bit. I worked until my shoulders burned and my hands were sore, then stacked the wood along the back wall of the cabin and went inside to clean up. That night, I double-checked the lock on the front door and pushed the little latch on the back door too, the one that had rusted over. I slept with the rifle next to the bed, just in case. I woke up around 2:40 in the morning to a sound I couldn't place. Not loud, just steady, a soft, brushing noise. I sat up, trying not to move too fast, trying to listen. It was coming from outside, near the front of the cabin. It sounded like someone dragging something lightly across the porch. Not footsteps exactly, just movement. I held my breath and listened for a long time. After about 5 minutes, it stopped. Then everything went silent again. Not even wind. I got up, walked softly over to the window beside the fireplace, and looked through the gap in the curtain. The moon was bright enough to cast shadows, and I could see the porch clearly. Nothing. I stood there for a while, watching. Still nothing. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep much after that. In the morning, I went out and checked the porch. There were more footprints, bare feet again, dirt smudges across the wooden planks, and long streaks like something had been dragged. Maybe a stick or a branch. Again, they came up to the cabin, stopped, and then vanished into the woods. I followed the trail this time. I put on boots, grabbed my jacket, took the rifle with me, and walked slowly into the trees. The prints were faint, but I followed them for almost half a mile. They led through brush, around dead logs, over a small hill, and then they just stopped, completely, like whoever it was had disappeared into thin air. I circled the area for almost an hour but found nothing. No campsite, no food wrappers, no sign of life, just trees and moss and silence. I went back to the cabin and stayed inside the rest of the day. I kept the rifle loaded and close. I didn't read. I didn't relax. I just sat and waited. Night came slow and dark, and I didn't light a fire. I wanted the inside of the cabin to stay as dark as the outside. I didn't want to be seen. Around midnight, I heard something again. This time it was softer, a gentle tapping on the back window. Not knocking, just a tap, 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 spaced out. Not fast, not panicked, just steady. I froze. I didn't move for over 20 minutes. Then it stopped. I didn't sleep that night at all. By morning, I was done. I started packing my things as soon as it got light. I didn't even eat. I just threw everything into bags, tossed them in the truck, and got ready to leave. Before I left, I walked once more around the cabin, checking the windows and doors. There was something carved into the back window frame. A single word. Stay. It was done with something sharp. A knife, maybe. The edges were rough, and the wood around it was splintered. I don't know when they did it. I hadn't noticed it before. Maybe that's what the tapping was. I got into the truck and drove straight out of there. Didn't stop. Didn't look back. When I hit the main road, I felt like I could breathe again. Like something had loosened its grip on me. I reported what happened to the local sheriff's office. They took a report, but they didn't seem surprised. They said people sometimes camp out there and do strange things. They said it was probably just a drifter, maybe someone on drugs, or some local messing around. But I know what I saw. I know how close they got. I know they were watching me. I haven't gone back since. I won't. I ended up selling the cabin a few months later, cheap. I didn't even care about the money. I just wanted it off my hands. The person who bought it never contacted me. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear something tapping at the window. And every time I go outside and see a footprint, even a normal one, my heart starts racing. I learned something in those woods. People always talk about nature like it's pure and peaceful, but they forget. The scariest things in the forest aren't the animals or the dark. It's the people who don't want to be found. And I think I found one of them. Or maybe they found me, and maybe they still remember where I am. It started as a simple plan to get away from everything. I was tired of the noise in the city, tired of always being around people, tired of waking up to traffic, alarms, schedules, meetings. I wanted to spend time alone, cut off from everything, just me, a small cabin, and nature. I found a small place listed online. It was deep in the forest of a rural part of the state. A wooden cabin with no Wi-Fi, no phone reception, no neighbors. It had a basic kitchen, a working fireplace, a single bedroom with a creaky wooden bed, and a wide porch that looked out onto trees in every direction. The owner lived a couple of hours away and only came out once a month to check on it. That was exactly what I needed. I packed my car with canned food, bottled water, warm clothes, flashlights, a solar lantern, a knife, and a sleeping bag. I also brought my old hiking boots and a large backpack in case I wanted to explore. I didn't tell many people I was going. Just one friend who wasn't likely to remember unless I texted them later. I liked the idea of not being reachable. That was the whole point. The drive took almost half a day. The paved roads turned into dirt ones. Then those narrowed into paths between tall trees. Eventually, I had to slow down to a crawl to avoid scraping the undercarriage of my car. There were no signs, but the owner had emailed me detailed directions. Turn right after the third wooden fence, go left when the road splits, and continue down the winding hill until you see the cabin with the green door. I found it without trouble. The place looked like it hadn't been lived in for months. Dry leaves had built up along the porch. Spiderwebs clung to the corners of the windows. A rusty axe was stuck into an old tree stump just off the porch, and a pile of firewood sat beside it. I unlocked the door using the key left under the flower pot and stepped inside. The air smelled like dry wood and old fabric. It was cold, but I liked it. I started a fire in the small stone fireplace, unpacked, and settled in. For the first day or two, it was exactly what I'd wanted. I spent time sitting on the porch wrapped in a blanket, reading an old paperback I found on the shelf inside. I cooked simple meals on the gas stove. I walked around the cabin and followed some of the nearby deer trails into the forest. I took photos of wild mushrooms and bird feathers. Every night I sat by the fire until it burned low, then climbed into bed and fell asleep listening to the wind outside. It was sometime during the third afternoon that I noticed something strange. I was about a mile out from the cabin, walking along a rough trail that wrapped around a ridge. I was planning to circle back before sunset. That part of the forest had tall pine trees and thick underbrush. The ground was uneven with rocks and roots, and the air smelled sharp and clean. I'd just come around a bend in the trail when I saw what looked like a smaller path leading off to the right. It was narrow, overgrown, and hard to notice, almost like it wasn't a trail at all. More like the ground had been disturbed a long time ago and slowly healed over. But it was too straight, too clear of major growth to be nothing. Something had made it. Maybe it was a hunting path or an old logging road. I looked at it for a while. Then I checked my GPS. Nothing showed up. The official trail I was on was there, but the small offshoot wasn't marked. That wasn't too unusual. These forests were old and had been used by hunters and farmers long before digital maps existed. Still, I felt curious. I decided to walk just a little bit down the path, just to see where it led. I told myself I'd turn back in 10 minutes. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it got. The usual forest sounds, wind, birds, the distant tapping of woodpeckers, seemed to fade. The trees here grew closer together, and the ground sloped slightly downward. I kept walking, and the light around me changed. The canopy was thicker. It made everything below dimmer, like I was walking into a cave made of trees. The air grew cooler, damper, My boots crunched on old leaves and twigs. I started to feel something strange, a kind of pressure in my chest. It wasn't fear exactly, more like unease, like my body was reacting to something I couldn't see. I stopped and looked around. Everything seemed normal, but that feeling didn't go away. I kept going. After another few minutes, the path leveled out and curved slightly. That's when I saw the structure. At first, I thought it was just some fallen logs, but as I got closer, I saw that it wasn't natural. It was a kind of lean-to, half-rotten, and mostly hidden under moss and branches. It looked like someone had built it a long time ago. The wood was dark with age and water damage. The inside was empty, but I saw pieces of trash. A broken glass jar, part of an old metal lantern, something that looked like a rolled-up cloth or tarp. I crouched down and looked inside. It didn't seem dangerous, just abandoned. I stood up and looked around. That's when I saw that the trail kept going, even narrower now, almost invisible under the growth. I should have turned back, but I didn't. Something about it pulled at me. I felt like I had to see where it went. I kept walking slower now. I walked for another 10 minutes, maybe more. My sense of time started to blur. It felt like I was walking into a place that didn't want to be found. The trees leaned inward. The light grew thinner. At some point, I realized I couldn't hear anything anymore. No birds, no wind, nothing. Then I saw the clearing. It wasn't large, maybe 20 feet across. In the middle of it, there was something that looked like a pit. It was round, lined with stones, and deep. I walked to the edge and looked in. It was too dark to see the bottom. I picked up a small rock and dropped it in. No sound. I waited. Nothing. Not a splash, not a thud, not even an echo. That was when I felt it, something behind me. I turned fast, but there was nothing. No movement, just trees and shadows. My skin went cold. My hands were sweating even though the air was cool. I didn't see anything, but I felt something, like I wasn't alone. I backed away from the pit slowly. My instincts were screaming. I turned around and walked quickly, then jogged, then full-on ran back the way I came. I didn't care about branches slapping me in the face or tripping over roots. I just wanted out. I ran until I recognized the main trail. Then I kept running until I saw my cabin through the trees. When I got back, I locked the door behind me. My chest was tight. I sat down and tried to calm myself. I couldn't explain why I was so scared. I hadn't seen anything dangerous, but it didn't matter. I knew something was wrong with that place, that pit, that hidden trail. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the silence, the way the pit swallowed sound, the feeling that I was being watched. I stayed up late by the fire, holding the knife I brought, even though I didn't really think it would help. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was drifting toward that clearing again. In the morning, I made a decision. I packed everything. I loaded the car. I left early, before the sun had even fully risen. The road out felt longer. I checked my GPS again and again just to be sure I was going the right way. I didn't stop until I was miles from the forest. Back in the city, I tried to forget about it. I didn't talk about it to anyone. I didn't write about it. I just buried it in my mind. But it kept coming back. That pit, that feeling. I started searching old maps and historical records. I found nothing. No mention of a pit or shelter or old trails in that part of the forest. A few weeks later, I got a letter in the mail. It was from the cabin's owner. It wasn't personal, just a form letter thanking me for staying, asking if I had any feedback. At the bottom, there was a line added in handwriting. Hope you didn't wander too far past the marked trails. Some places out there don't like being found. I didn't reply. That was months ago. I haven't been back. I won't go back. Not to that forest. Not to that cabin. And even now, sometimes late at night, I hear nothing. No wind, no cars, no sounds at all. Just silence, like the kind I heard in that clearing. And every time it happens, I feel it again, that pressure in my chest, that feeling that something is waiting. I needed time away from everything. Work was draining me day by day, and I didn't feel like I had control over anything anymore. I was barely sleeping, barely eating right, always staring at screens, answering emails, rushing through crowded streets, breathing in dust and noise and fluorescent lights. I was tired of it. I had a little savings set aside, and one Friday afternoon I booked a week-long stay at a remote cabin I found on a local forum. It wasn't listed on Airbnb or anything like that. It was just an old listing posted by a guy who owned a couple of cabins deep in the forest, near the edge of a small town about 3 hours from where I lived. The pictures showed a simple wooden cabin with a porch, surrounded by trees and nothing else. It looked quiet. That was enough for me. I packed clothes, a flashlight, extra batteries, a first aid kit, some dried food, and a few canned meals. I also brought my phone, but I already knew there wasn't going to be service there. I wasn't going for connection. I was going to disconnect completely, to sit in silence and try to feel like myself again. The drive was long and winding, and the last 30 miles were nothing but narrow, 2-lane roads cutting through thick forest. It was late afternoon when I got there. The sun was still out, but it was starting to drop low, and long shadows stretched between the tall pines on both sides of the gravel road. The cabin came into view slowly, just a small square building sitting alone in a clearing. The place looked exactly like the photos. A wooden porch with a single rocking chair, a small chimney poking out of the roof, and a dusty path that led around the side. I parked my car a little off the dirt driveway, stepped out, and took a deep breath. The air smelled clean, real clean. I hadn't smelled air like that in years. There was no city noise, no engines, no shouting. Just wind and birds and the creak of trees. I stood there for a while, just letting the silence stretch. I unlocked the cabin with the key that had been mailed to me a few days before. It was simple inside. A small living room with an old couch and a coffee table. A tiny kitchen with a gas stove. A bedroom with a thin mattress and one window. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi. The windows had curtains that looked like they hadn't been changed in 20 years. There was a heater, but it ran on a propane tank outside. I checked it, made sure it was full, then set my things down and heated a can of soup on the stove. I ate slowly, sitting on the front porch as the sky turned orange, then deep blue, then black. That first night was quiet, the kind of quiet that almost hums in your ears. I read a little using my flashlight, then lay down on the mattress and stared at the ceiling. I could hear the wind outside, brushing through the trees. Somewhere far off, a single owl called. I fell asleep easily. The next morning, I made instant coffee, stepped outside, and just stood there again, watching the fog drift low over the clearing. The woods were thick all around. I noticed an old wooden shed out back, maybe 30 feet from the cabin, right against the tree line. It was partly hidden by overgrown weeds and some thin saplings. I hadn't noticed it in the photos or when I arrived. It looked like no one had opened it in years. The wood was dark and stained. The door leaned slightly and the roof sagged on one side. I didn't bother going to check it. I wasn't here to explore or mess around. I was here to rest. I spent that day doing nothing. I read more. I made tea. I sat on the porch. In the afternoon, I walked a little into the trees, following a small trail that looped behind the cabin and back. I didn't go far. I didn't want to get lost. There were no signs, no markings, and I didn't bring my phone with GPS. I just followed the trail as far as I felt comfortable, then came back. That night, I went to bed the same way, early, wrapped in a thick blanket with the flashlight beside me. I woke up around 2 o'clock in the morning, though, because I thought I heard something. It was a faint sound, a dull thud, like something falling or being dropped. I sat up, heart beating a little faster, and listened. Nothing, just wind. I lay back down and told myself it was probably a pine cone hitting the roof, or maybe something falling from a shelf in the kitchen. I didn't get up to check. I forced myself to sleep again. The next morning, I walked around the cabin just to make sure everything was normal. Nothing had fallen. Nothing was out of place. I looked up at the roof, and sure enough, a couple of pine cones had landed up there. It made sense. I spent the next day more or less the same as the first. Reading, walking, boiling water, writing a little in a small notebook I'd brought. But when the sun started going down, I started feeling a little off. There was no reason for it, just a tight feeling in my stomach. like something was near me watching maybe. I didn't see anything in the woods, but I still felt that way. I stayed on the porch longer than I should have, just staring into the trees, watching for something to move. Nothing ever did, but I swear the air got heavier, like it was pressing down on me. That night, I kept the flashlight on beside me again. And again, I woke up in the middle of the night. This time it was louder, 2 sharp thuds, then what sounded like a scrape. Not metal, but more like something being dragged across the wooden porch. I sat up straight, heart pounding. I didn't move for a long time. I didn't even breathe too loud. I just listened, but everything was still. I held the flashlight in my hand for at least 20 minutes before I finally lay back down. I didn't sleep much after that. When morning came, I checked the porch. There were no marks, no footprints. Nothing was out of place. But the shed, that old woodshed behind the cabin, looked different. The door, which had been leaning shut before, was open just a crack now. Just a few inches, but enough to see blackness inside. I stared at it for a long time, wondering if I had imagined how it looked before. Maybe the wind blew it open. Maybe I just hadn't noticed it. Still, I didn't go near it. I told myself it wasn't my business. But that whole day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I walked past the window and saw it through the trees, that door was still cracked open, dark and crooked. I read, but I didn't really absorb anything. I ate, but I wasn't hungry. That night, I shut all the windows, locked the front door, and pushed a chair in front of it. I felt ridiculous, but I couldn't help it. That night, the sound came back, louder this time. It started with a knock. One single knock on the back wall of the cabin. Not the door, the wall. I jumped out of bed, stood still, listened. Another knock, then a pause, then something like slow footsteps on dry leaves. I turned on the flashlight and stood there, not sure what to do. I didn't have a weapon. I didn't even bring a knife. The footsteps stopped. I stood like that for what felt like an hour. I didn't go outside. I didn't check the windows. I just waited. Eventually, the silence came back. I stayed awake until morning. The next day, I had enough. I started packing. I figured maybe I'd cut the trip short, just head home early. I didn't feel right there anymore. I wanted to believe it was animals or maybe even a prank. But something deep down told me it wasn't. It felt too specific, too targeted. But when I went to start the car, the engine didn't turn over. Clicked once, then nothing. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood and stared at it, but I didn't know what I was doing. The battery looked fine. No wires were loose that I could see, but the car was dead. Now I was stuck. I didn't have a phone signal. I didn't even bring a radio. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was staying. I just wrote going off-grid in an email to a coworker the week before. There were no neighbors, no stores nearby, just trees and this rotting cabin. I went back inside and tried to calm myself down. Maybe I could wait until the next day, then hike down the road and try to find someone. But I knew the road was long. I wasn't even sure which way the nearest town was. I only had enough food left for another day or two. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner of the room with the flashlight on, staring at the front door, then the back window, then the side walls. I could hear movement outside. This time I was sure. Something was walking in circles around the cabin. Leaves crunching, small twigs snapping, always outside the walls, always just out of sight. Around 3 a.m., the front doorknob turned. Not fast, slowly, like someone testing it. I froze. I didn't move a muscle. The chair I had pushed in front of the door creaked a little as pressure leaned against it. Then silence. Total silence. I don't know how long I waited after that, but the knob never turned again. No more footsteps, no more knocks, just silence. In the morning, I saw something that made my stomach drop. The woodshed door was wide open. Inside, something was hanging from the ceiling. I could barely see it from where I stood, but it looked like a deer carcass, or at least part of one. But it wasn't fresh. It looked dried, shriveled, like it had been there for a long time, maybe years, but someone or something had moved it. I didn't plan it that way. I didn't even want the cabin. I just wanted a quiet place to clear my head for a few weeks. I had burned out completely, mentally, emotionally, physically. My job had drained me, couldn't sleep. I stopped eating right. I'd scroll for hours at night instead of closing my eyes, and then get up the next morning feeling like someone had filled my skull with cotton. My hands shook at the most random times. I was losing interest in everything that used to matter to me. So I booked a cabin I found through a listing on a small site. Not the big ones like Airbnb or VRBO, but one of those weird old websites that look like they haven't been updated in a decade. The pictures looked fine. Rustic but not dirty. Old but not broken. It was listed under a section called Remote Retreats, and it was in northern Idaho, miles away from any main road, supposedly right by a small lake and surrounded by woods. No internet, no cell service, just silence. It seemed like the perfect place to shut down and rebuild. It took me 12 hours to get there. I drove all day. I remember the last stretch clearly because it was where things already started to feel wrong. I turned off the highway onto a narrow county road that wound through dense pine forests and low rocky hills. After a while, that road turned into gravel, and after another half hour of that, the gravel just ended. Not at a parking lot or a cleared driveway, just faded into the grass. But I checked the instructions again, and it said that the cabin was past the gravel, straight down the dirt lane for 2.1 miles. So I kept going. The dirt lane was barely a road. I had to drive slow to keep from bottoming out on rocks or sliding in loose patches. At one point, I stopped the car and just sat there, engine running, thinking about turning back. Something about the silence in those woods didn't sit right with me. No birds, no wind, just trees. But I kept going. Eventually, the trees thinned out and the cabin came into view. It was exactly like the pictures. Small, weathered wood, a green tin roof. There was a small porch with a broken swing and 2 dusty chairs. The lake was down a small slope behind the cabin, maybe 300 feet away, still and dark like oil under a clouded sky. There were no other cabins, no docks, no trails, no roads. Nothing. Just this old box sitting at the edge of forgotten land. I parked the car beside a rotten-looking shed, grabbed my bags, and went inside. It smelled stale but not terrible. Just old, like it had been empty for a long time. Inside, there was one main room with a wood stove, a table, and a small kitchenette with a propane burner. A narrow hallway led to a tiny bathroom and a bedroom with a single bed and a heavy wool blanket. There was no electricity. The toilet was a compost-style one. I had to bring my own drinking water, which I had in several 5-gallon jugs in the car. The place was simple, but it was what I came for. The first night was calm. I sat on the porch and watched the light fade behind the trees. I heard frogs and insects near the lake, and a few distant pops, maybe branches falling or something walking through the underbrush. I tried to read, but it got too dark. I used a flashlight to move around and then went to bed early. The next morning, I got up with the sun and made instant coffee on the propane burner. I sat outside again. I breathed in the cold air and thought maybe I'd finally done something good for myself. Around noon, I went for a short hike around the lake. There wasn't really a trail, just a path of slightly flattened grass in some areas. I didn't want to go too far, just enough to get moving, get my legs working again. I circled maybe half the lake and then came back. On the way back, I saw something that confused me. It was a tire track in the dirt, deep and fresh, but it wasn't mine. It was wider than my tires and looked heavier. The pattern didn't match my own treads. I hadn't seen a single car or truck since I turned onto the gravel road the day before. So where the hell did this come from? I followed the track back toward where my car was parked. It didn't go to the cabin. It curved off into the woods about 100 feet before the shed. I walked into the trees a little, following it, but it got hard to track and I didn't want to get lost. So I turned around and told myself it was probably from someone who maintained the area, a ranger or something, though I hadn't seen a single sign that this place was monitored. That night, I kept the flashlight close by. I stayed inside, didn't light a fire, just stayed still in the dark and listened. Around midnight, I heard something that made my stomach turn. It was the sound of an engine far off in the woods. Faint, but definitely an engine. Not moving, just idling. It lasted for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped. I sat in the bed, holding the flashlight, too scared to look out the window. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing was moved or touched. My car was fine, but I noticed the shed door was open now. Just slightly. It had been shut when I arrived. I was sure of that. I walked over slowly and pulled it all the way open. Inside was the usual junk. Old tools, rusted cans, a rotted lawn chair, some tarps. But the floor had footprints on it. Not mine. They were heavy and wide, and they came in from the back side of the shed. I checked around the outside, and sure enough, someone had stepped through the grass to get to it. I could see the flattened spots where their boots had been. I stood there for a long time trying to decide what to do. Leave? Go where? The dirt road was too narrow to drive fast, and the nearest gas station or store was at least 50 miles back. No phone signal, no internet. I thought about writing a note and leaving it in the cabin that said something like, "Just staying for the weekend, unarmed." But I had no clue who was out there. I didn't want them to know I was alone, or how long I planned to stay. It might make things worse. So I stayed again. I moved my car so that it faced outward, toward the dirt road, and kept the keys in my pocket. I carried a hatchet I found in the shed, though the handle was cracked and loose. I barely slept. On the 4th day, I woke up to find my car door wide open. I had locked it. I always do. It's automatic, click, beep, check the handle. But now the driver's side door was hanging wide open. Inside, the seats were untouched. Nothing was missing, but the glove box had been opened. My maps were taken out and flipped through. They were just sitting on the passenger seat now. My water jugs were still in the trunk, but one had been moved, dragged out and rolled maybe 10 feet before being left in the grass. I took everything I had and brought it inside. I locked the cabin door and jammed a chair under the knob. I sat on the bed all day, trying to stay quiet, not even walking near the windows. Around 3 p.m., I heard footsteps on the porch. Heavy ones. One person. Just slow, deliberate steps. They didn't knock, didn't try to open the door, just walked across the boards and stood still. I didn't breathe. I had the flashlight in one hand and the hatchet in the other. After maybe a minute, the footsteps moved off again. I peeked through the tiny bathroom window and saw a shape moving down toward the lake. Tall, wearing dark clothes, no bag, no gear, just walking slowly down to the water. I waited till they were out of sight, then started packing. I didn't care what time it was, I had to leave. I shoved everything I could into my bags, slung them over my shoulder, and went to the door. The car's tires were slashed. All 4. Each one had a deep vertical cut near the sidewall. Clean and straight. The kind of thing you'd get from a good hunting knife. I stood there in the doorway for a long time. The light was fading. I looked down toward the lake, but I didn't see anyone. I closed the door again, this time moving a small dresser in front of it. I nailed the window shutters shut using old rusted nails from the shed. I didn't sleep that night, just sat in the dark and listened. The next day, I tried walking back up the dirt road to get a signal or find help. I went maybe 3 miles before I found something that stopped me cold. A tree had been cut down across the road. Not fallen, asterisk asterisk cut asterisk asterisk. Clean through with a saw or an axe. It was thick, maybe 18 inches around, and placed in a way that completely blocked the path. On the tree trunk, someone had carved a single word. That's all it said. Not a threat, not a message, just that word. I turned around and walked back to the cabin without thinking. My legs were trembling the whole time. I didn't even realize I was crying until I felt it on my hands. That night, the power bank I'd been using to charge my flashlight finally died. I was in total darkness now. I couldn't even see the inside of the cabin. I sat with my back against the wall, holding the hatchet. At some point, I must have dozed off. When I woke up, the front door was open. The dresser had been pushed aside. Not knocked over, just quietly moved. Nothing inside the cabin was taken or touched. But in the middle of the floor, someone had placed a single object. It was my car key, just sitting there, alone. I broke. I started shaking so bad I couldn't hold the hatchet. I threw up in the corner of the room. I knew it started because my older brother asked me for a favor. He owned this cabin in northern Minnesota, a few miles from a town called Crane Lake. The place was isolated, trees everywhere, barely any cell reception, and the nearest neighbor was probably 2 or 3 miles down a winding dirt road. He lived out there in the summers and rented it in the winter for snowmobilers. He had bought it cheap from some older guy who passed away, and though the place was kind of run down when he got it, he fixed it up enough to make it livable. He called me that summer and asked if I could spend a couple of weeks there. The reason was simple. He had a lot of land behind the cabin that he wanted to eventually sell off in parcels, but he needed someone to go mark the trees, clean up some of the old debris, and walk the property line to flag it. He couldn't do it himself because he was out west for a work project. I wasn't doing much at the time. I was between jobs and had just wrapped up some freelance work, so I agreed. I drove up there in mid-July. Took me almost 9 hours. The last stretch was nothing but forest road, narrow, with potholes and overgrown brush scraping the sides of my truck. The deeper I got into it, the more I felt that strange sense of separation from the rest of the world. When I finally reached the cabin, the late afternoon sun was cutting through the trees, golden and soft. The place looked exactly like how I remembered it from the last time I visited. Small, wooden, with a tin roof and a wraparound porch. There was a fire pit out back, a shed to the side, and a small outhouse behind some trees, even though the cabin had plumbing. I settled in the first night, unpacked some things, and ate a couple of sandwiches I brought with me. I had brought enough food for a week: canned goods, rice, pasta, some frozen meat in a cooler with dry ice. My brother also had a chest freezer running off a generator behind the shed. There was a small solar panel set up too, which helped charge lights and a few outlets. It was rustic but decent. The first couple of days were easy. I'd wake up early, eat breakfast, and start walking through the woods behind the cabin with a can of bright orange tree marker spray and some ribbon tape. The goal was to mark a straight line going from the cabin about a mile back, where the property ended. There were some survey pins my brother had told me about. I had a printed map he emailed me showing the rough layout. I'd spend a few hours each day hacking through underbrush, climbing through thick patches of trees, sweating like hell. The mosquitoes were terrible. I'd come back around lunch, take a break, then go back out for another hour or two before coming in, eating dinner, and going to bed. By the third day, I had already gone about 3/4 of the way back. That was when things started to feel off. I noticed it first when I was tying ribbon on a pine tree about 20 minutes walk behind the cabin. There were broken branches on the ground, which was normal, but there were also deep scratches on the bark, low to the ground, maybe 2 feet up. They looked fresh, not bare claw marks. I've seen those before. These were narrow and deep, not wide and shallow. I thought maybe a deer or moose had rubbed against it, but it didn't seem right. There was also a faint musky smell in the air, like old garbage mixed with wet dog. I brushed it off. Animals lived out here. I was in their space. But later that day, when I was heading back, I found something else. It was a pile of small bones, maybe rabbit or squirrel. It had been picked clean, but not like what a fox or coyote would do. The bones were stacked, not scattered. It was like someone had deliberately placed them there, in a neat pile. That stopped me. I stood there a long time staring at it. The bones were white, sun-bleached, and dry. Not fresh, but not old either. Maybe a couple of weeks. Again, I told myself animals do weird things sometimes. Still, I started to feel uneasy in the woods. That night, I couldn't sleep well. The wind made the trees creak, and every time I heard a noise outside, I'd freeze and wait. A few times, I turned on the porch light and looked out through the screen door, but there was nothing, just still woods and moonlight. The next day, I kept working. I pushed farther back. That was the day I reached the back edge of the property. There was a ridge running along the far end, maybe a 15-foot rise with rocks and a lot of moss-covered roots. As I got close to the ridge, I started seeing signs of something unnatural. I found a rusted shovel halfway buried under the leaves. It had no handle, just the metal scoop, corroded and sharp at the edge. Then, I found what looked like an old tarp, shredded and covered in dirt and pine needles. It had been out there a long time. At the top of the ridge, there was a clearing, about 20 feet wide, circular. I stepped into it and immediately felt weird. It was completely silent. No birds, no wind. The ground was softer there, more spongy. I poked around a little and found what looked like old campfire stones. But the center was filled with leaves and sticks. Nearby, there was a stump with something carved into it. I couldn't tell what the carving was. It had faded, but it was deep and jagged, almost angry looking. I didn't stay long. I finished marking the tree line, then made my way back to the cabin faster than usual. I kept looking over my shoulder. That night, I locked the door and turned the porch light on again. I sat with my back to the wall and didn't sleep until well after midnight. The next morning, I thought about leaving. I told myself I was being paranoid, but deep down, I didn't want to go back to that ridge. So instead, I started cleaning up some of the junk closer to the cabin. My brother had told me there were old barrels, rusted tools, and even some fence posts that needed to be removed or flagged for later. I stayed within 100 yards of the cabin that whole day. I dragged stuff out of the woods, stacked it near the shed, and tried to keep my head clear. That night, something came up to the cabin. I had just turned in and was reading a book with a headlamp when I heard the steps. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but it was slow, deliberate, crunching leaves, 1 foot at a time. I turned off the lamp and sat still. The steps circled around the cabin. I heard them move from the side to the back, then over near the shed. I peeked through the window, but it was pitch black. Then I heard something metal, a clank, like a piece of pipe being moved. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. After a while, it stopped. I stayed awake the entire night. When morning came, I went outside with a hatchet. I walked the whole perimeter of the cabin. There were fresh marks in the dirt, long scuff lines, as if something heavy had been dragged near the shed. The shovel I left leaning against the back wall was gone. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to stay anymore. I packed everything back into my truck and decided to head out. I locked up the cabin, made sure the generator was off, and drove down that long forest road. But I didn't go home. I drove into Crane Lake and found a bar with Wi-Fi. I sat in the parking lot and called my brother. He didn't answer. I left a long voicemail explaining everything, every detail. I told him I didn't feel safe there. He didn't call me back until 3 days later. He said he had been in a remote job site with no service. He also said I wasn't the first person to feel something wrong out there. A couple of years back, a renter had left early too. Another friend of his had gone hiking and came back complaining about hearing voices in the woods. Not actual words, just sounds that felt like speech. I told him I didn't hear anything like that, but I didn't like the feeling back there, especially not near that ridge. Then he told me something that chilled me to my bones. He said the guy who sold him the cabin had lived there alone for years. He was known around town as a little off. He'd walk into town barefoot, even in winter, carrying notebooks full of weird drawings and numbers. People thought he had PTSD or maybe early dementia. Then one day he just disappeared. They found his truck in the driveway, cabin locked, no sign of struggle. But in the woods behind the cabin, they found a trail of disturbed ground leading up to the ridge. They never found his body. They assumed he had wandered off and gotten lost. But my brother had always wondered if something happened to him on that ridge. He never told me before because he didn't want to scare me. I told him I was never going back, and I meant it.